Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tuesday Takeover. It's me, your favorite host, co-host, D Zombie. Brain. Hope everybody's having an awesome night. Before I load the the link and everything for all you fine people, I'm gonna let everybody know right now. This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get out. That means you, little boy in the back. I see you. In the meantime, now I will share the take it. Look, I'll let Fumidor take it away here for a minute. Take it away, Fumi.
Hi there, everybody. There's a bird's nest behind me, and that bird is telling you that, first of all, before anything else on the show is for adults only, 21 and over. Wherever you are, if the rules are a little bit different, if you have to be 23 or 24 or something else, please follow your local rules. Where I am, it's 21 and over to be an adult, so please do follow those rules. The show is not for children, it is for adults only. Please also remember that the show is completely and totally drug-free. We do not actually purvey any kind of drugs of any kind. You cannot get drugs from this show of any kind. You cannot buy them, you cannot borrow them, you cannot steal them, you cannot get them bequeathed to you, you cannot get drugs from this show. So please do not bother reporting this show for purveying drugs or anything else. You cannot in any way get drugs from this show. There's no secret menu, there's no super secret menu, there's no other way to get any kind of illegal product from my show. Also, please remember, we're doing this a little bit impromptu, so please bear with us, ladies and gentlemen, for the bird squawks and everything else. Extremely dangerous challenges are not shown on the show. Challenges that pose an imminent risk of physical injury are never shown. Dangerous or threatening pranks are also never shown on the show. Pranks that lead victims to fear imminent, serious physical danger or that create serious emotional distress in minors. Instructions to kill or harm are never shown on the show, showing viewers how to perform activities meant to kill or maim others. For example, giving instructions to build a bomb meant to injure or kill others. Hard drug use or its creation is never shown on the show. Content that depicts abuse of or giving instructions on how to create hard drugs, such as cocaine or opioids. Hard drugs are defined as drugs that can mostly lead to physical addiction. I add the proviso that sometimes you'll hear people on the show interact or have tell stories about how they have interacted in one way or the other with some drugs, cocaine, opioids, other drugs in their past. Please always assume that those are negative portrayals. Those are cautionary tales, and you should never, under any circumstances, emulate those stories. It's the position of Fumidor and Fumidor and Flavours, everyone on Fumidor, and all of the guests that drugs are bad, and you should not, under any circumstances, emulate those stories. And of course, my phone locked while I was talking. Instructional theft or cheating is never shown, ladies and gentlemen. Showing viewers how to steal tangible goods or promoting dishonest behavior would never be discussed on the show. Hacking is never shown. Demonstrating how to use computers or information technology with the intent to steal credentials, compromise personal data, or cause serious harm to others, such as, but not limited to, hacking into social media accounts. And finally, bypassing payment for digital content or services, showing viewers how to use apps, websites, or other information technology to gain unauthorized access to audio content, audiovisual content, full video games, software, or streaming services that normally require payment. We would never discuss any of those things. Finally, once again, ladies and gentlemen, the show is, of course, for adults only, and of course, we do not, under any circumstances, offer drugs to you. Even though other channels might have secret menus, we do not. Under no circumstances can you find anything illegal on the show. The cannabis content that we do discuss is legal under the 2018 Farm Bill, and the seeds that we purvey also are legal. All the breeders that come through the show, it's legal for us to purvey seeds because the seeds have no THC in them, so they are legal under the 2018 Farm Bill. Thanks, folks, for bearing with the introduction of the prologue here. We've recorded it maybe for the future. I don't know if it's good enough.
Thanks, Fumi. Hope you're doing well, buddy.
Oh, fuck, fella.
Oh, shit. Stand by. Killer zombie dog attacking tonight, guys. What's going on, everybody in chat? What's going on, Miss Chronic? What's going on, Dead Fish Fan? Robert Greenfingers? Doctor, leave me alone. What's going on? Doctor, is there a doctor in the house? I don't know. Miss Chronic's first tonight. Don't forget to switch from live chat to top chat for your better chatting experiences. And now we will just do a quick station identification break, and then I will post the link for all you fine people. Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to check out Fumidor, Fumes of Gold, and all that good stuff to get yourself some awesome cannabis seeds and also some awesome merch all the way from Oregon, USA. You also check out his merch. Fumidor's also got some awesome merch, which you can order at any time, and there will be no shipping delay due to the fact that Fumidor is not in the country right now. There he is right there. Speak of the devil. He must have felt his ears burning. There's our leader, fearless leader himself, wearing the gaffer tape. Look at that, $18.10. Can't beat that, boys and girls. It's comfortable. It fits. It's awesome. I have one myself. Let me scroll down and show you which one I have exactly. Many different colors to choose from. So don't think, oh, there's that. It's only that color. No, there's like 20, 15, 20 different colors to choose from. There's the one I wear right now, the Lime River Rose, which, by the way, get yourself some Lime River Rose on the same page at the. There's some really good stuff. And be sure to use the coupon code BRAIN, BRAINZ. And that just works for the seeds. It will not work for the merch or Gauge Green Genetics. There we go. I'm back. All right, bear with me now just one more second longer here. And I'm going to post the link for the show. Everybody can come and hang out. Oh, I remember. I always forget there's a different way I have to find me. So usually it's just Fumidor I have to look up, but right now it's this. Oh, dang nabbit, it didn't work. All right, hold on. Copy. Paste. There we go. There's the link. I posted the link. I will now pin the link. And anyone's welcome to join. Just don't be a dick. Don't be a dick. And we'll just go on just fine and dandy. I hope everybody's had a great week. Look at that. Smash is already ready. I guess I'm going to have to change the name after all. Cheers to Craigie. Cheers, Noah. Welcome, everybody. As Smash gets ready to connect, let me just give that a quick wipe. There we go. That's a bit better. What's everybody smoking on in chat tonight? Let me know. We got 9 people watching. Welcome, everybody. This is the Tuesday Takeover. I'll have some of my coffee while we wait. I'm smoking on dry ice, blueberry muffins, and also my buddy. We ran out of cannabis. We have nothing right now for a little bit, but my buddy stopped by. He dropped us off a little bit of bud that he had. He shared. Thank you, Mr. Gifter. We'll call him Mr. Jefferson. He's always moving on up. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it if you're watching. He might be watching out there. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Jefferson out there in YouTube land. They're smashed. Getting all set up. What's everybody smoking on? Let's see.
Microphone check.
5x5.
Yo.
Happy birthday.
What's up? Thank you. Oh, I'm still high.
Right on.
Well, I guess we might as well get this. There's a little bit left in this. I drank almost all of this last night. I did 8 hours.
Wow. Champing it. There you go.
Gave out 12 packs of seeds.
Yeah, right on. Sorry I couldn't come on. Got busy.
It was fun. Captain came on. Lars came and hung out for most of it, actually.
Right on.
No, it was cool. No fighting, just hanging out for my birthday. A couple different people came on.
Nice.
I ordered the corrugated board, and I ordered packs so I can make packs of seeds.
Right on.
I gotta send out another 10 packs to the Harvest Cup.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of just slept in, dude. I didn't wake up till like 3. I wouldn't go to sleep till 4.
Oh, wow. That's crazy, dude.
We got off maybe 3 a.m., 2:30.
Cheers, welcome to the plant. Cheers, Mrs. D, if you're watching.
Anyone want? You gotta hit me up. Well, I got one person. I know. Here, let me actually check out who I know and who I don't know. I don't know Jessin Bean. I don't know St. Pete Runner. Grow 713 Fazoli Atomic and DGC Jeff. So I got to get those. If you won, hit me up.
Justin Bean comes on here once in a while. Justin Bean's on here. There's Atomic right there.
Here,
Atomic.
I'm gonna give an email that everyone's gonna laugh at.
Yes, Atomic. Hit smashed up. Congratulations, by the way, Atomic. Now you want some seeds. Oh, don't forget live chat, top chat, live chat for your better chatting experience.
Oh shit! Coffee pot sent me some pictures. I was supposed to show.
I don't think he's here yet. Atomic says I'll Discord you.
Okay. If anyone else, there's an email you can get a hold of me.
Really?
Yeah.
That's funny.
It was gonna be like balls deep into cannabis, then it was so long, I was like,
Yeah. Sometimes you want like this awesome name and it's the letters of the character too long. I get it. There's some more hash.
I was just playing some Call of Duty with Crime More.
Right on.
Me and him play Call of Duty like every day.
Nice. Hello, Patricia Walker. Welcome.
Oh, actually, it was cool. I got a couple people on TikTok come over to YouTube and shit.
Yeah, right on.
That's the one thing I want to do. I want to integrate all my platforms into each other.
Yeah.
Because I got 5,000 subscribers on TikTok right now, and I'm trying to keep my TikTok. I haven't posted any garden or nothing.
Cheers, Crime More grows. Speak of the devil. Must have felt his ears burning. Cheers to the missus, too.
It's supposed to be super nice this week.
Yeah, so some shit happened to us. There's the cat. Mrs. D's tire, the tire in Mrs. D's car is done. So now I gotta, instead of buying 2 new tires right now, I'm just gonna put the snows on the front.
Yeah, that's never good.
Yeah. Cost $800 for 2 tires before last time.
Oh, dude, my mom spent over $1,000 on new tires.
Mercedes?
No, she has a Ford Fusion.
Friggin'
It's a hybrid,
mhm.
so you
my
need special
sorry.
tires.
my neighbor drives a Mercedes, and she popped already like 2 or 3 tires like in the last couple months, and apparently they can't be repaired at all. They can't be plugged. No one will plug them, and they make you buy a brand new one, and they're $1,000 a piece.
I learned how to plug a tire myself. And
Yeah,
it's not hard.
but she's under warranty and everything.
Um,
Under the warranty.
so yeah, we got another hurricane coming, taking all
Oh shit!
you turn towards the states.
Who's this chronic?
But yeah, look, it's supposed to be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, all in the 70s.
True.
We got down to like 34 last night.
It was freezing. Yeah.
After this weekend, though, I'm gonna pull in the rest of the seeds out there. Hopefully, they're good. They should be good.
Bong, ba bong, bong, bong. Hash time coming.
Yeah, come hang out. I gotta go do some garden work.
Come hang out, peoples.
Yeah, shout out to Captain. He was there most of the time.
Right on.
Crymore stopped by for a couple minutes, showed a couple of the plants off. Oh, my buddy Dizzy Disaster. He's a rapper. Came by. That was cool.
Right on. Cheers, bud. Cromwell never comes on our show and shows off his garden. Let's give him Cromwell. Oh, there's our buddy, asshole. Hello, asshole, Nightbot. Fuck you.
So this is Dizzy.
Yeah.
He's
Yo,
live.
yo, yo, yo.
He's always live. He just dropped a new song. Shout out Dizzy.
Dizzy.
Oh yeah, we got a couple Turp Towns coming up. I got Harvest
Nice.
Cup coming up.
Right on.
Me and Miranda Family Farms are giving 10 packs of seeds each.
I was kidding, Crymore. I understand, buddy.
Tomorrow, I gotta start sorting through the seeds. These are all done, packed, but yeah, I gotta go through these because there's still some white seeds in here.
Oh, fuck. I don't think I can wear these glasses. They hurt my eyes.
When I do my seeds, I dump them out and one by one, I press down a little bit. If it's solid, it goes to one side. Well, obviously, if it's white, it goes the other. But if it doesn't, if it squishes any little bit, I put it to the bad seeds.
Yeah, man. I do that. I do the same kind of thing too. I do the squeeze test.
Like that one. That one just popped.
Oh, that's not you. There we go.
So Jinx is always at the Harvest Cup.
Who?
Jinx.
Oh, right on.
Hopefully, I can actually get him to sit down and do an interview.
Right on. Exactly, bud. Not all whites either. You get ones that you can squish that aren't don't squish.
Oh, kitty.
I'll keep those two. What? Uh-huh.
Gage Green Group's gonna be there. Fang.
Right on. Huh? Are they all glittery?
Yes.
Kitty cat found some glitter or some shit. No, they're all glittery. Crazy cat. So what's everybody smoking on in chat? You never told us yet, chat. We're still waiting. Like I'm smoking on dry ice hash. And my I was trying to finish. My buddy dropped me off a soft ice cream cake. It's pretty good, and it's from the legal store. So I'm very surprised. You guys know how much I love the legal fucking dispensary here in Canada. So yeah. Rolling up some cherry pie. Cherry pie is good caramel grows. I like cherry pie. That cherry pie. Oh, dabbing on some Jack the Ripper. So cool. Strawberry Jackery. Nice. Right on love for the plant. Oh, don't forget to hit that like, hit the subscribe button, and the bell to get a notification when I go live. Or I do one of the Fumidor and the Flavours Takeover shows on this channel.
I don't know if Jinx is coming.
Oh. Jinxie. Jinx is awesome. Oh. Just remembered to know.
Oh shit. Ethos Cannabis and Ethos Genetics.
Wow.
Ethos Cannabis has nothing to do with Ethos Genetics.
There's that Gage.
Yep.
Yeah.
These guys do really cool jars, like monsters, clay sculpting. If they cut me a deal, I might go.
Right on.
There's a lot of new people I've never seen, so that's cool.
Yeah. No Bovita?
Nah.
Bovia? What are you getting into now, Kat? Hop on and join us, folks, or I guess we'll be an early show tonight. Night towards Cheetah Piss. Oh, right kilowatts trying to decide what to roll, leaning towards Cheetah Piss. Just got back from the grocery store in town. First time driving since surgery. Hurrying still a little still. Sure. What's the other kind, bud? And I'll put a poll up. What's that, Smashed?
Kitty.
Big old jar of Skittles.
No. Oh my God.
What kind is it?
Skittles?
Oh, nice. Right on. Okay, bud.
Then I got Gorilla Mint flour.
Nice. Yo, I've had that. That's good.
I'm just using this bag. That's actually not so bad for it.
Right on. Apples and bananas or grape gas. Oh, grape gas. That sounds freaking good. Grape gas. I wish I had me some black gas right now. That stuff's good too. Oh, there's something else I want to show. Oh yeah. Photo.
But yeah, I'm cutting my hair. Like I'm shaving my head and donating it.
Right on. I did that one time. Love for locks.
Yeah, Red Setter Farms connected me with the place.
Nice. I'm just gonna show this real quick. Oh, fuck off. Wrong one. Share. Photo. Just a reminder to everybody that since Halloween's coming up, if you see a blue bucket, that means that could be an adult. It's not an adult. It could be someone with autism that's autistic. So if you see them, be nice to them. Maybe donate a piece of candy. Don't treat them differently. Just treat them nicely. That's awesome. Anyway, I thought I'd just spread that word since Halloween's coming again.
I might go get a blue bucket. Never
No,
mind.
you shouldn't.
Well, my friends got kids. Never mind. Yeah, I don't know if we can bring his kid trick or treating because she's in a wheelchair. She doesn't speak, but I want the candy.
Okay, well then definitely get her a blue bucket. That's awesome.
I'm gonna make her dad tax them to eat some of the. I'm gonna.
Good.
Oh wow, that's a
Kitty.
Hmm.
No, Kitty.
Did you get back in the sparkles?
I took them off, but we got a vacuum over there.
All right.
Fucking over there now again. Kitty.
Unless it gets sparkly. Photos to follow, everybody. Stay tuned for my glittery cat.
Here, Kitty.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see.
Kitty. Where are you?
Little multi-pin. I still can't make you a co-host. That's crazy.
Something.
I'll have to look into that.
Come on.
Hello there, Ocean Razor Scooter. Ah, brain.
I feel bad because like I always invite my best friend to like events and stuff, and he never can come because it's just so much work to bring both. Like he's got two girls. Yeah, I've been trying to get him to come to events though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whew.
Hmm.
Gonna go do some garden work. I got water.
Right on. Hello, Stony Creek. Bud says he's gonna be on shortly. I don't think he just got home.
funny thing is the Gorilla Mint, this one actually has like smell. It's pretty good.
Right on. I like Gorilla Mints. There's another one. Ola Captain. There's another one, Gorilla. When I used to get Gorilla Gas. It's freaking good. Hit me like a freight train.
I need it.
No need to-
Grinder keeps getting stuck.
Jesus, you guys just, oh my God. Hold on, stand by. Here we go. And let me friggin', hold on. Oh, I hope I can friggin', no, I can't because there's only 2 people here. Shit. Look at this freaking cat. Sparkle. Come here, Moo. Come here. Hold on, I gotta put this down for 1 second. Come here.
Take them off.
No, come here.
Take them off.
Come here. Under the light. Come here. You might not be able to see it with the camera. But this cat is freaking coated in sparkles. She must have spilled some sparkles or some shit. No, he's got sparkles everywhere. I gotta vacuum it. Oh, there's more of them.
Hey, take them off.
Oh, I kind of can't right now live.
Put the camera down and take 2 seconds. Just pat them like you're petting them and fucking shake them off. Give them with them.
You can mute D, I got you.
What's that, Smashed?
I said, you can mute, I got you. Just rolling a joint.
There we go. Holy crap.
Get him away from there. He keeps going on there.
Come on, Mr. Sparkles, get out of there. Remember that Mr. of the Simpsons? Mr. Sparkle. He's a freaking cat. All right, just Bud. Get out of there.
Shit.
Hey, Bud, what's going on?
Hi, how's everyone?
I'm all right. So it's like sparkly freaking cat.
Yeah, that's an issue because it's gonna, even if you vacuum it up, there's gonna be glitter it's hard to get it out of the cat. It'll come out slowly over
Vacuum
everything.
cat.
Vacuum the cat. Yeah, good luck.
It's the herpes of the arts and craft industry. Never get rid of them.
Yeah. That's funny. Oh, wow.
No, for real. You'll be finding sparkles forever.
Yeah, that list of vendors at that event. I noticed Dynasty. I don't know him personally. I just know him online. And I haven't personally grown any of his stuff, but I've seen I've seen his people that I've smoked some of the stuff that comes from his genetics. He's a cool guy. I think he's from Detroit or Michigan area. I think that's where he's from.
He's really cool. He's got like a moose and lobster strain.
Yeah, and actually one of the ones I smoked, I don't remember, it was Gorilla something. It's one of his main, or one of his, it's Gorilla crossed into something else. That's one of his strains I remember.
Yeah, he's got a decent library. He's a nice dude. Every year.
Yeah, he's a solid guy. Like that's what I sometimes I've been on Instagram with him. He's also like in the circle of Masonic family or whatever. That's how I know of him, through Masonic, even though he's on the East Coast. Yeah. Like I said, I've smoked a couple of his varieties and they were good. And like, yeah, he's a nice guy. I think he might have worked in the auto industry or years ago. And yeah, he's out there in, I think, Detroit area. I know he's in Michigan, but I think he's actually like around Detroit.
I try to get, he always has medicated beef jerky at his booth and it's fire.
You can't go wrong with beef jerky, medicated or not.
Who we talking about?
Professor
Dynasty?
Or Dynasty, yeah, he's halfway between Detroit and Flint.
Yeah, he's worth checking out. He's a good guy. Oh, Captain, we lost him a little, but looks like we're going on a
for $100.
You dropped out a little, Captain.
I'm sorry. I probably walked away from the Wi-Fi and didn't switch it.
Yeah, where are we headed? We're headed to the.
This is the house I wish I had. This is the house that I wish I had. This is the nicest house on the street.
Well, keep wishing. You never know what happens. Next thing you know, next year we're on here and you're like going, yeah, look, I got the house I always was wishing for. It happens.
Actually, there's a couple of them out in the hills, not too far from here, that I've been looking at. 4 and 5 bedrooms. Because they told me about Tent City next to my house, and if I can't get that property, I'm fucking moving. Here's our update on the fish farm. Yeah, but we're walking up to the dispensary. I want to give you guys a little different scene. That was a big fish that jumped there.
Well, I've walked around with you online here enough times. I think if I was there, I would halfway know my way around and recognize some of these streets and spots. I definitely would recognize the pond and the fish ring and a couple of those houses and the fence. It does seem like you live in a very, like, what do you call it, laid back area. It seems like country style living.
Well, actually, most of the houses through here are retired police and army. So I live in a perfect area. So yeah, I love living here. That's what I got.
Have you ever been to Vietnam?
January, I'm going down to Delta.
Nice. I hear
for a
Vietnam
couple weeks.
the same. It's pretty much the same. As China. A lot of expats.
Cambodia has more. See, Cambodia and Vietnam are easy for us Americans to retire in too.
Yeah.
Let's go down here. Damn, he doesn't have it. Must be out.
Number 1 GI. Number 1.
Yep. First cavalry. Thank you for your service, sir.
Sucky long time.
But I want to ride in the Jeep that he's got, man. He's got a Jeep that will go anywhere here in Thailand. He's got one of those Jeeps they left here during Vietnam. I think he's left over from Vietnam, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
Well, the first cavalry flew out of Thailand. Whack, whack, whack. Oh, they got some more roosters too.
Well, like those Canadian geese.
No, they're Chinese ducks. It's a pretty dog. We're gonna go see a couple dogs. They got a new one. He's a little bit too riled up, so we can't bring him inside yet. There's the reason why my power will never go out. Those are all brand new because this place burned the fuck out of these poles. I think they used a little bit too much electric. But these guys actually know what the fuck they're doing. A lot of people don't. Hey, I got a building for all you guys that's not even finished. You can put in on the top floor, you can put in a ceiling to let the light in. You don't even have to, it don't even have a ceiling yet, the roof.
Hilarious. He doesn't know what he's doing.
So here's a building you can probably buy for 20,000 and just finish it out. And yeah, this is the ambulance center. So I've got ambulances right at the end of my street, which is awesome. But they're trying to sell this property here.
Now,
But
does it
this
work
is
the same
something-
way like here where most people, when they buy property, it's with a mortgage and so much down, or is it the system work different?
Well, certain properties you can own and certain properties you have to lease because some are still owned by the king. But like this, okay, you have 3 storefronts and you have an apartment above each one. Okay, these go for like 15,000 to 18,000 baht. But this bottom floor is one big open section, so it gives you over 1,000 square feet of grow area. I want 3 of those or 4 of them.
Any type of place that is also a residential and storefront, that's appealing for whatever, for a lot of reasons. Like it makes it, you know, your overhead, or you know, not having to like pay rent or own a house and a business all in one. Plus, you're able to spend as much time there as necessary because you live there too. That seems like the thing to do. If there's a couple properties that exist around that are that way. years ago, like 30, 40 years ago, there were more businesses that were like, yeah, there used to be liquor stores where the apartment above it was like, yeah, people lived where they worked. New York was that way
Yeah.
a little bit too.
Hey, there's the
Um,
police.
Are they black and white there too?
No, it's gray and they only the red lights. There's no red and blues. It's just all red lights.
Hmm.
Now let's see. These people actually up this morning? I don't see anybody. Yeah, there's someone. We got one person at least. Hey, dog.
Wakey, wakey.
Oh, look at this.
What time is it? Like
We're
8
gonna
in the morning?
we're gonna put the owner on live YouTube right now. Swati Cop. So
My bully.
new tattoo here of his bulldog. You got a couple of these little guys. You don't mind I run live
Well,
YouTube?
I like his style.
Okay.
What I like about this spot is that he's not just one thing. He's not just cannabis. He's tattoo and drinks and he's diversified in business.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Ha. He's tried to be my buddy a lot. So we're going to go sit over here because there's a cord over here for us to plug into. But yeah, we'll get him to open up the flower cabinet there in a couple minutes and take a look at the flower.
Yeah, anything new? Or is it same old stuff?
Probably same old, same old.
Yeah.
Did you get any laser gas?
Gas?
Yeah, the laser gas.
No.
No, okay. I'll have to go over and get some. Okay.
What's laser gas? Is that a
Laser
brand of
gas.
butane?
No, it's a new strain.
Oh, laser gas.
Yeah. It's a new strain that OP has from Payout. Yeah, it's a locally grown strain. All of this guy's seeds basically came out of Amsterdam. No. Huh. Thank you.
Well, that seems like a good name. Laser gas, like a laser beam. I'm surprised
Yeah.
I've never heard of that, like over here in the States, we've used almost every name you could think of. I've never heard laser gas, but that seems like a good one.
It's a European strain out of Amsterdam. The glass bong company called Rue. They have a seed company in Amsterdam, and that's where I call him Uncle, because that's how he was always introduced to me, was Uncle. But that's where Uncle went and got all of his seeds back, when Thailand went medical. He threw me a big pack of seeds from Amsterdam, and I looked at them, and they're all this Rue company stuff, and it's like, who the fuck is Rue? And then they said, oh, the glass company.
Yeah. Roar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the one guy tried to give me some seeds, and I said, oh, I know who you got these from. And then I told him who he got them from, and then I became accepted into Chiang Rai. I'm no longer looked as a regular tourist along here in Chiang Rai. I'm actually have been moved up in the social status of chain ride, and I've been accepted into the community here, at least the mafia.
Five.
And they're copacetic, so I'm all right with that. They're paying me what I want. You know I don't like dogs. Why the hell are you sitting on my foot? Sorry about that, guys. He okay. He okay.
That's organic. You go.
So, what's everybody smoking on today? Oh, actually, they've got the, well, they closed it up. We'll get them to open it up. We'll take a look at the flower later. Trying to find a good spot. I got this awesome t-shirt. Bud was with me when I bought these out in Skull and Roses. The guy even had some Grateful Dead shirts made up in Thai, and I had to correct him because he didn't spell Grateful Dead correctly. It didn't come out. It came out more like gratefully dead. So, but we brought some stuff to leave here. I've got papers here now. I don't have to worry about leaving home with those or tips or anything. There's no smoking cigarettes inside the building, but you can puff tough. And you can puff tough 24 hours a day.
Yo, I'm on my way.
24 hours a day, man.
Yo, that guy could never get rid of me.
Well, you've seen how far it was away from my house. I don't even take my bike out of second gear to get here. Oh, yeah, I brought a new one of these to leave here too with a new skin.
Yeah.
Oh, and I did something today. I brought my own coffee cup.
Nice.
And a periphery or a spoon that was acquired with the coffee mug. These come from Kampot, Cambodia.
Well, the few times you've gone over there, I can't see why you would even start your motorcycle to go there. It just seems like a 2-minute walk.
Well, if I didn't have you guys, I would take the bike because I'm lazy and I'll go to the grocery store and the market down the street and pick up some stuff. That's why I've got the backpack today.
But if somehow the bike wasn't running, you could get all this on foot, right?
Oh, no, I just hit the button and someone from here will bring it to my house.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have delivery service here in Thailand. You can get pot delivered. You can't get alcohol or cigarettes, but you can get pot delivered to your house.
Nice. Come here.
You know, we can't get alcohol or cigarettes, but damn, we can get enough weed.
Isn't that awesome? I got the same thing here. I use a couple delivery services.
And when you were on Bud the other day too, I think this was brought up. You know, that's what's really kind of hurt us gray market people is the fact that the people on the way home from work can stop into shop, run in, and be out of the shop in 5 minutes. Where if you were buying from me, I had a rule, you had to spend at least a half an hour or 45 minutes at my house every time you came over. I usually had a joint rolled, so we were puffing as soon as you got there. But I always kept people in my house for 30, 45 minutes, so it didn't look like they were just running in and out.
Well, yeah, and that's the convenience thing. And just like you can buy, not
Exactly.
all gas stations, but most of them here in California, you can buy beer at gas stations. That's where like people, yeah, like when cannabis can be at all those convenient spots, just then you'll even be harder to have a gray market or whatever. Because convenience.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Because you have to call up your dealer, and then you have to set up a time, and then you have to drive over to his house, spend a little bit of time with him, instead of just pulling into a parking lot, walking in, saying, I need 3 grams of that, 5 grams of this, and let's go.
And like a lot of those consumers, it's not like they buy for tomorrow.
Oh.
They just get what they like. Oh, they feel like
Right
smoking some after work or watch a movie that night. They buy and then they don't have to think about, because they can stop by numerous some different places on their day-to-day life. And even though a lot of those choices are just mids, there's 20, 30, 50 kinds. And that appeals, most of the time a gray market guy's got a couple kinds. That's it, if that.
Exactly.
And convenience.
And to tell you the truth, once I get things going, I'm basically going to be running between 8 and 9 strains. I'm not going to be running 20 different strains.
And
I'm focused mainly on the gas, the fuel.
I think the next big shake up within retail cannabis will be when Amazon or I assume it will be Amazon. And when you have Prime or whatever, it's only X amount of hours. That's gonna be hard to compete with. Especially like the way they do business, where they'll have the best price and quickest delivery and all the all the business models that they employ. Like I think all the people that have dispensary stores or the current model, they'll be under threat in so many years, when I assume once it changes federally, Amazon or a company like that, I don't, no, Amazon. They already have given indications that they're in.
They should be doing it here in Canada already then.
And then you'll be like the same problem with Amazon. They lowball. It's great if you're their customer, like they're carrying your product, except then they work you in some situation where the price is like so low and the commitment so high that they take over. That's what they do.
Yep. That's all right. There's always going to be a place for me. I have a niche.
Yeah. Like
So
ultimately,
it doesn't really bother me
in our
because
lifetime. But sometimes you have to, like, if I think of this, let's say in a 50 years out. Yeah. Like if you're a young person that's brought up where, Amazon just delivers weed once you're whatever age, then that'll be normal to you, where like a lot of people are still set in their ways and like the experience of a gray market deal, like a deal, you know what I mean? Not
Yeah.
a transaction. Like there's to me, going in a store, that's like a transaction, where for most of weed's existence in my life, it's been a deal, right? Like, yeah, you go to your dealer, right? I don't necessarily think of stores as dealers. They don't think of themselves that way either. They think of themselves as, yeah, like even in their paperwork or their receipts, how many transactions did we have today? That's all they care about. Transactions.
And they moved my papers. Uh-oh.
Now, am I the only guy that follows Billy String's
Nope.
IG? Did you see what happened today? I sent him a message like, I don't have any ins, nor am I a guitar tech. But like I put myself in the ring because, like, yeah, today they had rehearsals for the show in Michigan coming up, and he fired his stage manager, or that guy made up. Like, there's definitely a big scene happened. The guitar got broken, and one, I guess it was what, and somebody didn't tell him about it, and then disappeared, his stage manager, whatever his name is. But then that guy came and made his own post and basically said, fuck Billy Strings and fuck that kid. I've been in this business too long. He didn't fire me. I quit. And blames it on the guitar tech who smoked so much weed that he said he's so stoned most of the time that he dropped the guitar, but then blamed it on him. It's like this whole, like, trouble in paradise. and it played out on his IG, where, yeah, he basically fired people. Billy basically in the statement he made told the one guy he's got something coming. Like, he basically made it like they're gonna fight. This is his stage manager that's been with him forever, and his guitar tech. But and then he posted a picture. Yeah, this guitar's like been smashed. Like, it's maybe not even repairable.
Well, he went to Europe and they ended up smashing one of his guitars too. And he just had it fixed and got it back not too long ago.
Well, no, that story is, yeah, it got smashed on the conveyor and they fixed it, which, like, if you really look close, that guitar's on its way to being what Willie Nelson's Trigger is. Where Trigger has been patched up so many times, it's like barely, you can't even believe it. It stays together, because even though he has a bunch of guitars, obviously, he only plays that one guitar. No, just that one. Okay, that's his stage guitar. Yeah, it's made. I forget the guy's name. He's a prominent guitar maker, and yeah, well, Jerry was the same way. Like, when guys like that play the same guitar, and as much as they play, when you see the neck, you can see where their fingers have left grooves in the neck, right? Like, it's like a baseball glove. They've worn it in. And even though anybody can get a brand new latest greatest guitar, oh no, once you break one in the way you want it, then that's it. But they're all pointing fingers at each other, and even the one stage manager, I know he's fired because he made like a mimic. He mimicked Billy in this video. Like, it's all on his Instagram. Like, maybe it got taken down. It was early this afternoon. I thought, whoa, this isn't usually something that would play out in front of the public, but Billy's like, yeah, I'm having a rough day. Like straight face. He's like, yeah, we're over here in rehearsals, and yeah, I've had to fire my stage manager, and no one will respond to my texts, and I can't find anybody. Right. And then there's a video from the stage manager. He's walking between the buses. So he's where they are. You can see the tour buses behind him. And he basically said, fuck Billy Strings.
Well, that's the music industry.
Hey,
and if you don't feel that your people are supporting you, then yeah, fuck them.
Well,
get some new people.
One thing is these guys like have a ferocious touring schedule and are like nonstop, and even in the best of crews, there's squabbles and stuff. You know,
Yeah.
people are moody. It is what it is. But if I could ever go on a work on a tour, I wouldn't care if it was the lowest job on in the crew. It's like, to me, I might be too old for it at this point, but I'd give up everything to work on Billy Strings tour. That's like a dream of mine. I'd be like, oh man, that's the spot. So I like texted him, just like I said, yeah, if you need somebody, I'm ready to go.
Yeah,
I got my passport, because after this show coming up this weekend, they got like a 3 or 4 weeks in Europe, and not everybody's got their passport ready to go. But yeah,
I do. I can meet you there.
well, because I'm going through a time in my life where I'm looking at different options. I actually, I don't know if a position will open, but my friend Fred, who's been my friend for like 25, 30 years, he manages Warren Haynes and Government Mule and a bunch of other stuff. And I hit him up just to see if there's like, yeah, somehow I want to be like, if I can't grow weed for a living,
merch manager. That's what you want.
I would love to work on the road. Now the problem is most bands
specialists.
It's a great job, other than when you really look at it annually, and you only get paid when you're on tour or working. Yeah, you're not working like every day of every week. Like, oh, you work for a few weeks, and then you have, depending on the act, weeks or months off. Now, Billy Strings, he works.
Don't have no time.
Yeah, that would be like, but a lot of the guys I know that do work on crews, yeah, that they struggle. They're not, they make good money for the weeks they're working, but there's a lot of weeks that they're not working.
But when I first seen Billy, he came and did Hookahville, and he stuck around. We actually got him to stick around for a couple hours, but he had to leave our festival and travel to Indiana, which was only a couple hours away, to another festival to play that night. And Warren is the same way. Warren plays 220 some days out of the year.
He's slowed down a bit.
He used to.
There's pre-COVID and then there's post-COVID, and a lot of things haven't fully come back since COVID, right? Like the amount of shows. Some of them are starting to pick up. That's why you see a lot of acts in Europe a lot. Like, I think this will be Billy Strings' third time. Government Mule's going to Europe in a week or so. Mono Neon's over there. There's more business as far as mid-sized shows and like a touring schedule and demand for a touring schedule over in Europe than there is in the United States. Yeah.
Well, that's because a House of Blues and Live Nation locked all those bands up. So
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
that's why there's the opportunity in Europe and they get paid more.
Basically, it all boils down to like what I refer to as like the conglomeration era, and Live Nation's a conglomerate, and it's almost we've talked about this recently a few nights. Yeah, that's if we were to try to steer our economy or get things back on track in the United States, we need to break up some of these conglomerates. It's the same old story. Like we have laws that are supposed to protect us, like antitrust laws and monopoly laws, but they're not enforced. Like we matter of fact, like have a system that favors the companies that do this, and whether it's Bear, whether it's Live Nation, whether it's AMC movies, what you pick your industry, and there's the big conglomerate that is bought up or controlled majority stake, which once
There's
that
a
happens,
lawsuit against them, Live Nation. Just reading
yeah,
that now.
yeah,
Well,
there's
yeah,
been a bunch of
they
different
merged with
things.
Ticketmaster.
I
Yeah.
got money back from Ticketmaster.
Yeah, no, like they even got brought in front of Congress 6-8 months ago, one of the hearings. I watched it, and it was like one of those times, because that was the one thing I knew something about the senators, or wait, no, it was congressmen, whatever, the politicians. You could tell how uninformed, and like they didn't even know the right questions to ask, right? Like there's certain issues of it, and they were asking like the dumbest questions and just allowing the Live Nation lawyers to bullshit. It was like
Tell 'em,
bullshit.
yeah.
Yeah, and nothing came of it, because even at the end of that, the chairperson explained that this was what they called an inquiry, right? Meaning that the Congress doesn't have any authority. If anything was to be done about the issues they were talking about, it would have to be done through the Justice Department under the antitrust suit law section of law, which if there was ever a case that there's an antitrust thing going on, it's in the entertainment business, in the music business, with the control. Like they had to admit in front of Congress or whatever that they control 87% of all the venues in the whole United States, which that is such a large amount. The 13% that they don't control is only because they don't want those ones. Those like they control enough of them that those ones don't matter, right? And even though they were tricky with the way they answered the question, because they make a statement that there's tricky dicky legalese where when they asked them the right question, because some of them they control, like they own, some of them are in long-term contracts, some of them are in like these three different categories. But if you add all those together, they control 87% of the ticketing, the venues, everything. So even if you were to say, well, yeah, fuck Live Nation, well, then you especially if you're like
you can't go anywhere.
Like, oh, Neil Young, Pearl Jam, Coldplay. There's a bunch of acts that basically say fuck you to Live Nation. No, you can't. Like if you do, that's suicide. Like, okay,
yeah, you're not going to play anywhere.
Yeah, you're done. And the fact that they have that much control, there's no competition, there's no independence. Yeah, that's terrible. It's terrible for the artists. It's terrible for the whole thing. Like, and can this same business practices and same model is what's being cannabis is being sucked into, which
Yeah.
yeah,
Yep, it is. Yeah.
this is
It's happening.
You know, like
They
if
don't
the
issue
writing,
tickets. Like that whole thing about
I'm not
tickets.
that smart. And,
Tickets and collecting tickets used to be a thing. Now there's no more real physical tickets. Because to them, there's
well,
no more
Willie
artistry. Like
Nelson,
have to do it their
Willie
way, just
Nelson
electronic
caused,
tickets.
you know, a few artists have a little bit of control, meaning they've been around so long and have certain power. Just a month or two ago, Willie Nelson fought them on the percentage they take off of merchandise. So like when you sell t-shirts at their venue, you got to give them like a third of the money or 20 some, like a huge, not just a small fee, a good chunk, right?
Yeah,
Willie
that's why
Willie
the t-shirts
was
are
like,
$50.
yeah, Willie and his organization fought it basically. And then what Live Nation decided to do was, yeah, they not only dropped all those fees on merchandise for Willie across the board to all the artists, right? You can Google it. It was a big story when it came out. But yeah, they backed away from the percentage on merchandise. They already get a percentage for this, the load-in fee, this fee, that fee. Every ticket sold, they get almost half the money. But they did give up the merchandise money, which, yeah, all the power to Willie for making an issue of it. And they couldn't just do it where, okay, Willie, we'll waive your money, but we're going to keep taking it from everybody else. That would have caused more of a problem. So they were forced into it. So obviously, if people stand up against them, that's why Neil Young doesn't announce any tours. Because, yeah, even for him to play in the small venues, Live Nation, ticketing has to be done through Live Nation. And yeah, it's a terrible situation.
Just give me one of these.
Hi, Christoph.
Sorry. Ah, that okay. How about keep up here? You can keep one in there. We just need one. Thank you. That goes to him. He bring the pack. Yeah, him.
And like even the Grateful Dead, they were the first ones that had their own ticketing for years. They were against all this way back in the early 90s, right? Except that certain acts, like the big name acts, what makes it even worse is they have enough of their own following that they could probably do shows independently of Live Nation, right? And promote it and have independent promoters. Except that what Live Nation does to certain acts is what they call the guarantee, right? So if you're Willie Nelson, Dead and Company, big enough acts that have a big enough following, they pay you more than, like, the guarantee is higher than what even the ticket sales, and like the Dead and Company got a guarantee so big, how do you say no to that, right? So they're willing to like lose on some artists or not make as much on some artists, right? To still maintain control of the whole thing. And that's monopoly behavior. That's antitrust behavior. Like everything they're doing is classic antitrust monopoly. They went after Standard Oil and broke them up, AT&T and broke them up way back before cell phones. And the last antitrust was against Microsoft over Windows and all that, and that was like a couple decades ago.
No.
There's been no
I just
antitrust
bring my mug.
cases in the last 20 years, which to me just means that the money have it bought off, have it paid off, have the government in their back pocket, where the government's allowing them to break the law because these big conglomerates lobby them with huge amounts of money and campaign money and other money and money and that's why our system, our economy and small business and so many things are manufacturing like in the United States are so fucked up. It's easy to see where it's fucked up, but it doesn't seem like there's a will to fix it. Walmart's an example of it. Amazon, Costco, like industries that try to control, like you don't think much of it, but I saw a documentary that says that Costco controls wine, right? Because they sell the most wine. So they basically have enough control over wine that they control wine industry the same way. It's the same thing. It's a conglomerate. Once somebody's so big that they can push everyone around, then that's no good. That's the bottom line. Even though they sell stuff cheaper to the customer or whatever, the average person just wants access and cares about price. And most of those big conglomerates can deliver a good price to the consumer, so the consumer really don't care. Just can I get it, and can I get it cheap? And that's what they care about. If all this was and now that everything costs more money because of it, then maybe there'd be pushback. But the average person doesn't care about these things because it doesn't affect them.
Hey, J5, how's it going? What?
J5 should be like testing out some of the strains that he harvested on the early side. Shit, he had things he was hanging over a week ago or so.
Yeah, it looks like he's testing something now. He had some nice plans.
Yeah,
Hey,
well,
Jeff.
he had like one of the bigger varieties of different genetics I've seen this year from the YouTube or the IG. A lot of people have some variety, but a lot of times their varieties within like their region or what's popular or the breeders. J5 seemed to have stuff from all across the board.
Yeah.
I was impressed that because it's easy to get like, I'm friends with so and so and so and so, and so I'm more prone to be in that pocket. And
Yeah. You don't get as much variety in that.
Like I noticed
different breeders and different regions.
Yeah, and different regions have different. Like a lot of times when I'm listening to Eagle or whatnot, that's predominantly the Michigan crowd, and they have different names for this. Some of them the same strains, I assume. They're just different names a little bit, but like they have their own whole like cannabis market community. Each Colorado has, Washington and Oregon, California has two: Northern California's market and Southern California's market, which are both
Yeah.
massive, but they're different.
I finally took
Yeah.
myself off mute.
Yeah, I was waiting to hear what you were going to say.
So now I'll say it once again. Glad to see both Buddy and Captain on here. I assume their surgeries went well. Good to see you both puff and tough.
Yeah, it's been like I thought they told me all this was like the predicted or the normal post surgery, but somehow I remember thinking, oh, but I recover quick. A couple of days I'll be fine. Oh no, this was pretty gnarly. It's been like 5 days. I definitely had surgery and needed. There was like today I got in my car and drove to town. I unbuttoned my pants because it felt like it was pressure, and
Pressure.
I put the seatbelt lock behind
No.
me because I didn't want to wear the seatbelt. Like that wasn't going to be comfortable, and I drove pretty like no G forces. Like usually like I
You won
usually
under-
Sounds
You
like
went
maybe
under
you shouldn't have
40.
stayed home though, really. Unless
You
really
won
had
under
it.
40.
Yeah, I drive like that, and I've never had surgery. I am putting my pants every time I get there.
Yeah, well, but
When I'm wearing
overall, I'm right on track. It's not like I feel like I need to call them and say, "Oh, what's going on?" No, it's only been 5 days, and yeah, the first day or two, maybe I was still under the effects of all the anesthesia. So, and then I like the third day, yeah, Saturday, Sunday. Now I realized, holy shit, I'm fucked up. As long as I'm sitting or
How
laying,
about
I'm
this? If they could only pull 2 staples out of the 8 staples in my arm because I had healed so quickly that all the scar tissue healed over to staples. Now they have to go back in when everything's totally healed and cut me open in those little places to take out those staples again.
Oh, I can move that thing.
Well,
that's much better.
Mine's been the opposite. They didn't use staples or stitches. They used glue,
They used the glue.
like super glue. And the first couple days, even now, like if I would go to stand up right now, why I'd squint and hurt is like it's not the hernia or inside pain, it's skin pain, because when you glue, there's no give, right? Where like I think even if you use stitches or staples, there's still a little give there.
No, there's
right.
There's not much give on the staples, believe me.
Well, there's zero give when you glue it, right? And so
exactly.
The little sharp pains is like, I think when I'm moving in a way that is like the skin's trying to pull apart or just even any pressure on it. But there's no infection, the swelling went down. I assume the glue like dissipates on its own after a week or so. I don't know. I have, what do you call it? Appointment that they already made with the surgeon, like the follow-up. That's not for like almost 2 more weeks. So
I got triked up camera.
Now, J5, what so far has surprised you that smoked better than you look? Or dried up better?
I can tell you what gets me high off of 2-3 hits every time I smoke it.
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
That's what we want to hear.
It is the Chem D by Lime F5 from Ozark Nation. I've only sampled 1 of 4 plants, I actually just cut one. And yeah, it rocks me.
Well,
There might be something special in those.
that
Test
Like
samples
GMO
in
rocks me,
Thailand would
kind of
be
thing.
greatly appreciated.
What up?
Taste test samples are greatly appreciated in
Right,
Thailand.
I feel ya.
now
Because
which
no
one
one
of
over
them?
here is growing chem.
Like I always find sometimes with especially new ones, they really smell great as they're growing and even as you harvest them. But somewhere between harvest and cure or dry, some of those some terps don't stick around. If you know,
Right.
you know
the
what I mean?
monos.
Like, right. What strain was like that recently that well, one
The
that I
Afghani
grew,
mango we just did, it didn't smell. It smelled like earth terps, floral, until like the last 4 weeks of flowering, and then all of a sudden it's funky,
Clean up the
gas,
cobwebs.
stinky feet.
a couple years ago, it was like a mystery packer. It was like from James Loud, and it was like I forget what he called it, but it was like something that was sort of a mystery from his backyard. And this one pheno of it that I grew out maybe 3-4 times before I finally gave up on it. From like halfway done to when you're chopping it, it wasn't like bubble gum. It was, what's that kind of gum? Juicy fruit
Nice.
gum. Like, oh, it smelled like that.
Wrigley's.
It was like that exactly, right? Prominent. But then
Juicy fruit's fire.
when you'd hang it and let it dry for a week or 10 days or whatever, yeah, it was still good weed and it tasted good, but somehow that juicy fruit terp or what made that dissipated. And like I grew it 3-4 times thinking, oh, maybe I didn't dry, whatever happened. Next time I'll capture that. I couldn't capture that. Like by the time I would sell it or move it on, yeah, just barely a hint of the juicy fruit. But when it was growing, it was like loud. But that was like one I can remember. Somehow, whatever that combo was, or it's like actually, it's not just terps at this point. You know, there's been some content in the last month. I don't know, various things and the combination of them, and they're just barely getting a handle on the science of that. But well, all these things have, what do they call it? The vapor point or the boiling point or vapor point. Yeah, some of these things. Yeah, and one thing I kind of, maybe I'm wrong, but the way I simplify it is like if you're smelling it, like when you hang a bunch of shit and it smells so much those days it's first drying, terpenes are like a one-time thing. Like if you're smelling it, that means it did its thing and volatilized, right? And yeah, it's all about trying to capture that. Like even I was on with Smiley and with everyone was talking about cure, and just because I have the AC power to be able to do it, the last year to try to make our weed have louder smell in the bag, yeah, we're down to like 53. We set the AC at 53, and yeah, usually the humidity, it varies from day 1 to day 10, but is around 57 to 62 humidity. But we keep it like 50 to 53 degrees to dry it. And Smiley point, well, that's like technically on paper, that's like a
Fast
vapor
dry.
point, right? Well, no, there's still a lot of humidity in there, but yeah, I can't. We've only been doing it for like a year, not even a year. I don't know if it really makes it preserve the smell that much more. It is kind of tricky though. Like the
It's the 60. It's the 60 that matters a lot with those terpenes. Once you get up above like 66, they start cooking off.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
That's a big part of it.
68 is
Right.
where like
Okay, so
Yeah, well,
68.
minimum.
Still,
yeah,
dude,
well,
I go lower. I'm a 55,
Yeah.
55 guy.
yeah,
I
Even
that's,
50
that's
degrees.
more what I'm thinking.
62. I like.
Now,
But, I mean,
in most places,
keep
unless
going.
it's like winter conditions that help you, yeah, if you're going to go into the 50s, oh, you have to have AC. And then AC changes the whole, yeah, we hardly, the quest that we have in that chamber, and this is a pretty big, it's pretty big loads that go through there. It hardly comes on at all. Even the barrel that collects the moisture from the humidifier, since we went lower temperature, we hardly fill it up.
Ever kicks on, yeah.
Yeah, hardly kicks on.
So I tied up the Leonardo. I got fishing line.
It's pissing out here.
So, and then I bent over.
Surprised it's not snowing.
Oh, it'll be coming soon enough. Don't jinx me like that, Captain.
Well,
What was that fishing line you're using?
What up?
Smashed. Oh, smashed. I was wondering if that was fishing line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good old Zeppo.
Yep. And then I just sprayed.
Oh, I should show this thing. Yo. Good timing. Dude. So I won
I gotta
this.
go wash my hands because I sprayed super heavy. You can like look at the floor, you can see like soap, and like when I spray, I make sure it's dripping. And I'm really happy with this little sprayer I got. It's a really fine mist. Let's see if I don't even know if it will show, but yeah, everything's bent over. I'm officially in Flavours, so got the heater in there. DHU's not on. I gotta empty the rest of that water. But Chem Dog. This is little Chem Dog. Apple fritter.
Could you raise that Chem Dog up any to get it up near towards the top of the canopy so it's not being so like dwarfed?
Hey, it's gonna be dwarfed. It's gonna be. No, I'll move it up. I was looking. I had it up on a bucket last time too. It seems to have to be that plant.
Just take a 5-gallon bucket and flip it upside down.
I want to get this fan up more. I'd like to have it right about here, but
You can hang that from your ceiling, from your poles.
I'm kind of
your
worried
poles are...
about like
No. You attach it to both of them so you get the support of both poles, or you kind of put it a little bit more towards the corner and then you go to corner and hang it that way so you're getting support. You're taking all the weight off one pole and you're putting it on two. If you move it closer to the corner, that's going to be a stronger point to begin with for the poles. Because the more you get towards the center, the more flexibility your poles get.
Yeah, and I use, I don't know, this light's heavy. I don't really, and they're on the corner. I have it tied up kind of catty cornered so I can get it up as high as I can. and I don't really want to test this integrity of the tent too much more.
Well, wait, are we talking about trying to get a plant hot closer to the
No,
light? Why wouldn't
a
why wouldn't
plant
you
and a
just like
fan.
put
A fan.
a base? Oh, a fan. Because
Yeah.
sometimes even on my trays, certain plants won't stretch as much, and then I'll just usually use an upside down bucket, or
Yeah.
and just put
That's
it on
exactly
top of
right.
that. Or there's so
He
many
did
different ways.
Smash did that last year with the chem dog, and he'll have to do it again. Just take a 5-gallon bucket and flip it upside down. That's all.
Yeah, like that
But
works
with
in
the
a
fan,
pinch.
the fan, that's a little bit different thing, because now he wants it at like 30 inches high to sit on. And you can't stack 2 5-gallon buckets with a oscillating fan. I've tried it, people.
Well,
Okay,
over the
you're
years,
gonna end up with your fan on the floor.
You can get pretty creative fans and get them that and some zip ties and like it's not
or
too
just put
hard
that
to,
one on the floor. Maybe just put it on the
yeah.
floor facing up.
I mean, what's more important is that it's mixing the
directly
air,
up,
that
but
the
some
air
up,
in the tent is being like moved around the most.
So it'll blow some from down low up, and then maybe you also get some circulation going.
I mean,
Or maybe with another fan.
I've looked at your thing.
up on top.
You seem to, like, some people have tents and only have like one fan in it, where I mean that might work, but I've always noticed with Smash,
3, 4.
Well, then he's for sure getting the air moved around.
Yeah.
Sounds something.
Well, he's grown in a basement in Massachusetts, and when you grow in basements in our climates, you need to have a lot of airflow.
So with that drying, Bud, I don't know if you caught that. There was somebody talking about drying shorn, and another thing he was doing was monitoring CO2 for his method of for what would be burping, but so he was monitoring CO2, but it's really for all the gases. But then so you would just use that as a representative gas to measure, because you can do that easily.
There was a guy over here. He was drying flour with CO2. And what it was doing was it was leaving the plant that really vibrant, light green, lime green, but it was taking all the terpenes out. Everything tasted the same.
Yeah, that's weird. Because the air is a solution. Nitrogen's a solvent technically, and terpenes can, can dissolve into it.
Nice, J5.
Shout out Uncle Rick.
And I asked,
but he had a drying room, this
Oh,
guy, so he'd have a closed room, and so
How
he
dope's that,
controlled temperature and humidity, and then whenever CO2 got above, he was saying like 800.
I feel like I got chopped something.
He would vent the room until it dropped. Or a tent. You could do it with a tent too.
I suppose I could chop a couple of Diacon. Well, kind of chop them.
That was a cool drying rack, J5. I've seen that in like some.
I won that from
warehouse.
I won that on the Lost Prisoner Project chatathon,
Oh, that's that's pretty dope. That's the drawing rack that you won. I remember.
Yeah.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah, man, that thing didn't even go either way when you dropped that branch.
And that's
on
one
it.
branch,
It just stayed right there.
Dude, it's because it's so slick. Look at these fucking things, dude. Duh. It's like one of those things you see and you're like, duh.
Like you can sterilize it, if you need to.
It can't tilt if you can't tilt, So one of those ones you're like, damn, why didn't I think of that?
Yeah.
So simple. Yet so effective. Let's see if we can find another one. Oh, there we go. Growing right out of this. This is a Casey Killers.
Coming up,
Which
number
is-
10 is a Casey Kasem.
No, it's Casey Cookies.
Oh.
The Detroit Nick cut, hit with Stray Fox's Skunk Killer. And she's just about there. Almost
Yeah.
November. Her sister was done 2 weeks ago.
Mama.
Anyway, yeah, I just wanted to shout out Uncle Rick and tell everybody to remember all the people still in jail for this fucking plant we love, which is ridiculous. They're still kicking in doors. They're still shooting dogs. They're still taking kids.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this conversation, like a couple years ago, a guy named Trichrome Ken or Trichrome Technology, he's been around a long time, writes articles, has had a lot of roles in cannabis. He has been patenting and bringing out this equipment called Vilos, VELOS. It's very expensive. Like even to contact him about installation of it, it's millions of dollars. But when you read what it says it does, and it's all like when he's been on shows or talks about it, it's proprietary. So their actual methods or how they're doing this is kept secret. But like the pamphlet that they put out, like in 2022 in April, this new thing was coming. It's kind of died, which tells me maybe it wasn't as effective as. And way back in like 10 years ago, when he used to give panels, he was a guy that was talking about cold trapping terpenes in extraction. So he's always about the terpene collection. So this Vilos is described, cold is coming, precision cold pure organic terpene isolation. And then in the inside, what it says is Vilos is an apparatus that utilizes low temperature vacuum distillation to isolate and capture terpenes as well as dry cannabis to the perfect consistency. It's not meant just to pull the terpenes. It's to, because like it says here, it's capable of drying 40 to 50 pounds of fresh cannabis every 24 hours and captures 80% plus of the aromatic terpenes that are traditionally lost to the drying process. Like what we're talking about, like when you smell it, that means it's gone, right? Technically, if you had the right apparatus, you're capturing that. So you're collecting that and cold curing with, I guess he does say your vacuum, low temp vacuum distillation. So that sounds complicated, but that just means low temperature vacuum, right?
There's a suction, a draw on it.
Right. And then the terpenes yielded are whole composition in what they truly represent the plant from which they came from, which can be utilized to produce the most. So what you're collecting while you're drying your 50 pounds in 24 hours, the 80% of terpenes can then be used as an extract or cartridges, right? So you're collecting the terpenes. And then, like it says, return on investment, 296-day payback based on the estimate of blended terpene prices, right? Because even this guy, Ken, like, well, I've always followed him and impressed with him. one time at a cannabis high times thing, it was like 100 degrees outside at the booth. I had a booth at it, and as a reprieve because when you had booths, you never made it to the panels very often because you had to man your booth, right?
Yeah.
But I went inside the auditorium thing because it was air conditioned, and this guy Ken was giving a presentation. This is in 2012, so I mean it's over 10 years ago.
Oh,
And
it's
he had
perfect.
data. It was like a PowerPoint. he was basically saying that the terpenes that can be extracted off cannabis through cold trap, that was what the tech was at the time, were worth like this ridiculously the most expensive commodity on the planet, meaning like some of the rarer terpenes that can be extracted out of cannabis are worth like, hundreds of thousands of dollars per
These are
they're
delicious.
small ass measurements. It all depends how potent they are. And that cannabis out of all plants on the planet is the best plant for terpene farming, which is like an industry that already exists. Rosemary, lilac, there's all these crops that 90% of the crops grown is for extraction, terpene or essential oil, whatever name you want to give it. It is a thing. And it's true that cannabis, look at all the different strains and flavors we have, right? So it's like most plants, like a rosemary plant, it puts out rosemary terpene profile. That's all that's there. He even brought up mint. Mint has varying profiles, like some plants do, but cannabis can be bred we have fruit to gas to this to that, endless amounts, and those are all just different terpenes. And a lot of times the most exotic smelling weeds are very minuscule amounts of like some pretty exotic terpenes and esters and all these things that have like tremendous value in the commodity market, right? That when even at the time he said, because it was laughable in 2012 when he said, when weed is $50 a pound, it'll be more valuable to grow it for terpene extraction than it will for THC and cannabis and all that. Yeah, now it's 10.
Am I doing something?
And weed is about $50 a pound.
Someone
Complete
was.
demonstration.
Is that me?
Just sit there and he's gonna put that thing on your melon, okay?
Just a trim, don't bust
Someone
me,
took
all right?
over the main page.
Tell me I didn't.
So tell me, Ron, exactly how does the suck cut work? Well,
That's not me.
as you can see, it sucks as it cuts.
So in the past 3 weeks, these plants have grown about, we're getting close to 10 inches. That one's about a
That's
foot.
what she said.
I paid to it.
Now, everything here does have spider mites. We had to talk about sulfur when I muted earlier. Okay. He went and finally bought a bag. He bought a bag yesterday. So he's got it and he's going to be putting it on. So, but, oh shit. These are 2 Western genetics. I forget what they are. But looking pretty good. I've been defoliating for them and they've really been taking off. I got ready to take clones. So all the lower branches have been kind of stripped and ready for clones to be taken.
Well, wouldn't
they're
those
going to be
plants...
up-potted next week?
Oh, that's what I was going to say. If you put
until lot bigger pots, and then they're gonna be vegged for a couple more weeks.
Yeah, I
But,
think if
you
you
know-
put those in like 30 or 50 gallon or 100 gallon, they would blow up real because it looks sunny and good weather. And
Well,
sometimes
the whole
the
thing
pod
is
size is a limitation.
Bud, we can't leave them out here 24 hours a day or they start flowering. So we have to move them, and a 50-gallon container. No, man, that ain't gonna work.
Well, you get those trash can dollies on wheels, the dollies on wheels. I mean, there's
Hey,
easy ways to wheel them around.
This is, yeah, but we gotta do this on pennies, okay?
All right.
I just had to
But,
show you
you know.
guys that Korkowski is the only Midwesterner that does handwork.
But you know, we got them cleaned up. They're looking
It's
really
great.
healthy.
It's great to be able to see that, like right there on Main Street, or like in a public area. There's they feel the freedom enough to grow them, and no one steal them so far. And
This one's gonna be a monster.
That's what she said.
Look at this monster.
Oh, cousin. Thank you.
I know, G5.
We're
That's gonna
winterizing.
be a nice clone. Clone.
This is my layer of oak
Wow.
leaf. And then I follow it up with the pretty ones, with the maple.
All never bomb.
Look at these beautiful leaves. You gotta pretty it up, you know? Make things look nice.
I'm actually gonna bring in all the rest of the plants I have for seeds outside at the end of this week. We have a couple 70-degree days coming up, which is unusual.
All right, where's
Yeah, I do stuff too, Ryan.
I just have to tie up my plants into it. Hopefully we get into flower and they look good.
Hey, for real though, I love all the growers and stuff on these shows, but I am a Korkowski fanboy all day, every day. That dude rocks.
well, I don't see you turning your compost pile every night at like 3 in the morning.
No, buddy, that's why I just did that.
Wait, have you dug? How deep is that well he dug? I'm like, like that's pretty gnarly. Like that's deep as fuck. Like try to dig a hole that deep, and yeah, it's not that easy.
Buddy, I've already scouted out my spot.
Are you gonna dig?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, or like, yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm a Korkowski fanboy.
I am too. Like he definitely puts in the work, and I appreciate it. Even you. You're
Wow,
showing a pretty big thing, and from the looks of it, or what I picked up from what you say, you do like what 99.9% of all the work yourself.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no. Yeah, I have a little bit of help trimming here and there. But I mean, even from pulling the plastic over 100 feet of fucking greenhouse, yeah, I do all that shit alone.
Yeah. That's what
you guys just don't
like.
see
I'm an indoor grower that fucks around when it's convenient outside. Like, yeah, indoor has its workload, but nothing compared to like pulling tarps and oh my god, that seems. I know. Maybe I'm just too old for that, but yeah, I can't imagine pulling tarps. What it would be is like, especially if it was to have to do it at certain times, like and be.
Well, I can stick
like,
my head right through here, buddy. Right here.
I'll get stuck.
Can you see that? Can you see that white thing laying there on the other side of the fence?
Yeah.
That's that double-sided freaking black plastic. It's 2 layers of it, like the thickest reflective blackout stuff you could buy. We used to pull over the 100 by freaking 30, the 30-foot hoops, dude. 100 feet of them.
Rain or shine, wind.
Oh my
no
God.
wind.
And when it rained, dude, it was the worst. Dude, there was many nights when it got pulled only halfway up, or maybe even not even halfway.
Yeah. Like light depth is a whole other art and commitment. It's a commitment.
But that was back when I had a crew and shit, dude, and I could do that shit, you know?
Yeah.
Now I might pull it on this little like 20-foot hoop here. The little one that I just showed you that I had all plastic up, already ready for winter. Like that's
Even
what
a
I
couple
know.
of my friends that have pretty big operations in Mendo and up north. Yeah, it's come down to some of them are a little younger than me. They do, between them and their wife, like they, over the years, the main change in life is that people that are successful still doing it and making it work are doing like all the work themselves. Same people that had crews and all this so many years ago, the money to be able to afford that has been squeezed out. And if you're going to stay in the game, you got to do it all yourself. And like some of these guys, I'm like, holy shit, that's a lot of work. Like one thing's managing like 20 lighters inside. It's contained. It's easy. Oh man, outdoor crops are like a whole other greenhouse or any of that. You're dealing with nature and all that nature has to even it's totally raining in the Bay North, like not just a little rain. And a lot of people are still trying to leave their shit up the last couple of weeks and even if you took it down, a lot of the drying facilities up there are just buildings, and when it gets super wet and all that, it affects everything. It's a mess, but that's life as a farmer, isn't it?
Outdoor grower. Yeah.
Like pretty much all
That
crops
one week
have
difference.
the same thing where they have to decide whether to harvest before the weather and gamble against the weather and hope for certain situations. And some years it all pans out, and other years it all.
I don't know which light to ever use.
Like out here, I mean, I guess it's the whole country where I guess I stopped paying attention to El Nino and wait, there's 2 of them, El Nino and then the other one. But I guess this year we're expecting, the winter started later and ended earlier, sort of. And in a lot of places, it was like a true winter, like it got snow and ground froze and all that. Yeah, I guess that's where it used to be Farmer's Almanac was where you would turn because a lot of the data in there was consistent over the decades. And the one thing you can see in the last decade is, oh no, the things that were like patterns in weather in certain zones.
Oh, I'm getting my hair
all over the map. Oh. And that makes farming outside tough.
All right, I'm back. Dude, I just got a hair full of spider webs.
Well, green
between
fingers
between the post and this plant, dude, I just got a freaking whole hair full of them. I got my hat back on, so I can inspect again. Oh, there he is too. You see him? He's a quick one. He's right on the bottom of this leaf. Maybe if I come up like this.
No, she said.
No, I see him.
He's a quick one. He went fast. I don't know if I want to fuck with him. Oh, I don't want to. Ah! Something bumped into my arm. I swear.
Yeah, I doubt you're afraid of spiders.
Well, that one was quick, though. The quick ones freaked me out. And yes, there is one spider I'm afraid of.
Brown recluse.
The wolf spider. Dude, here, I can show you why. Can you see that scar on that first knuckle? Can you see it? Kinda.
That is that from a spider bite?
That dude, a fucking wolf spider bit me. Working that little small bed next door. And it swelled so big, buddy. I could take my pointer finger and lose 3/4 of the nail and not see it inside the crater that was inside of it.
So like you were working and did you like see it or notice it when it
Move
did
some
it?
plastic.
Like,
I think I moved plastic is what it was.
it happened real quick.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And I didn't think nothing of it. You know, it was like, oh fuck, that hurts, you know, yeah, whatever. But you know, nothing's poisonous here. Dude, it got so infected and so bad. It got to that point where it was like, I'm either going tomorrow to the hospital to get antibiotics or I might lose my finger. And that next morning, the swelling went down after I ate a bunch of RSO. Go figure.
Right on.
Yeah, I was like, last fuck.
I've got about
because I thought I was gonna lose my finger.
I have like a nickel-sized mark on my hip where I caught a brown recluse biting me.
Oh wow!
And it injected it enough to discolor the flesh and the skin underneath the top layer. So it's a dark spot on my hip.
Wow.
But I was sick for a couple days because of that. I took some antibiotics, but in Michigan and Ohio, you know, we got to watch out for the brown recluse because it actually, what it does is it eats your flesh.
Well, yeah, that's what was going on with my finger.
If you don't have it taken care, of, next thing you know, you're looking at your knuckle, your tendon attached to your knuckle and everything like that. And they gotta go in
so
and take
obviously
all that
this
dead
spider
skin out.
doesn't do this in defense. It's offensive, right? So, you know what I mean? Like most of the time a spider bites you because you disrupted it. It's like, it thinks it's defending itself, right?
You can be sleeping.
Yeah, those are the ones that creep me out, that like somehow have a desire to attack you, not just defend. Because like most animals or past, like even a rattlesnake. Yeah, I have
They're
a lot
not
of rattlesnakes.
aggressive.
I'm like, yeah, unless you fuck with them, they're not gonna fuck with you. Right? They're not like searching around and trying to get you. But couple things are. Those are the ones that creep me out. Whether it's a spider or a snake but rattlers, yeah, unless you disrupt them, they're not gonna fuck with you. Most of the time, it's like the defense. That's what gets you bit. You startle them and they strike.
Can you guess what this is? Whoops.
Yeah, someone's phone screen.
I never know if I'm the one doing this. I don't think I am.
It's me.
Okay, thank you, D.
It's me.
Hey, those are my favorite snake in Ohio. The only one that will really kill you.
Hey, do you guys remember who was the Puffin Man or something from that was going to send a pack of seeds? Do any of you guys know what I'm talking about?
Say that again.
It was like the Puffin Man or something. I was going to send a pack of seeds when I brought that puffer mushroom on.
Nobody
remembers.
No.
Well, somebody in chat knows him. Fucking figure out his info for me.
Thank you.
I'll send him some seeds.
Do you know the Muffin Man?
I think it was Puffin Man.
Puffin Man.
Yeah.
Puffin Man.
Hey, guess what this is?
Drury Lane?
What is this, D?
That's blueberry muffins.
Nope,
Oh,
I didn't grow
Well,
any blueberry muffins,
I'm not
but I
sure
did.
that.
But I did grow a sour Morgana.
Hmm. Hold on.
That's
Here.
that's the one branch, the sacrificial branch.
What are you trying to re-veg it, or you just
No,
left
you just
that one out?
you gotta give a couple back to the garden, buddy.
All right, I got it.
There's a couple more. Oh, you were asking about other strains, buddy. This one right here. Can you see it? Dude, this one's special too.
Special. I'm special.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Dude, this is that Grabana from Terp Wizard. Yeah, if you're a hasher, I'd recommend looking into that one. If you like grapey, like sugary but tart, like custard, something like that. It's loud. It's gonna dump, dude. I could just tell you that. Like I haven't test washed it or anything, but I have probably stirred a couple 1,000 gallons of ice water in my day, and I have a feeling this one's gonna dump. And yeah, it just smells delicious, dude. I haven't sampled it yet though. Another one, that fucking Gushers cross from Adam at the ranch that he hit with Bog Sour Strawberry.
Yeah, Adam's my buddy. He lives down like close. We hang out every so often. And
yeah, I like his work, dude. He got in good with the right people, dude, early on, and he fucking makes some fire, dude.
Yeah, and he's very meticulous. Like young guy, but he's like doing the work. You know what I mean? Not just
yeah. It shows,
like
man.
utilizing a name or a brand. No, some of the things he works on are projects that take time before he's ready to release them and stuff, and some things he doesn't release. And
So
yeah,
we're getting,
he's a good kid.
we're talking about getting solar finally.
Hell yeah.
I can't wait.
That's the way to do it.
Right on.
Well, most likely it's like you get tax benefit, or they make it appealing to get it, right?
Oh yeah, it's also
There's benefits.
we have a pretty decent solar program.
I found out the other day why Thailand really doesn't have a lot of solar farms. And it's because of the intensity of the sun, and the panels will have such a short life because they don't put enough. They would have to put like 5 times the amount of silver into them. But they burn out really quick here in Thailand because of the sun. That's why they don't use them. It's not cost effective, really.
Yeah, they'll probably engineer something, because
they have them for the middle of the desert.
China probably has areas of its country that have that intense sun too, and they're probably innovating.
No, China doesn't. They're farther north than us even. But the whole thing is, yeah, they have them out in the desert, but those are not panels that, the normal person can go out and say, hey, I need 8 of these, because when they tell you the cost of them, you're going to go, okay, thank you, bye. Because they literally have to put like 5 times the amount of silver in them.
Well, and a lot of the ones, when you say out in the desert, like on the way to Vegas, a couple other spots, they have these things you see, but they're not they're basically a energy farm, but they're like an array of mirrors that are all pointed in at a central spot, and then they create the heat, and then they make the energy off the heat, right? Which is like another whole method of energy. Like the one in
Yeah, you
Vegas,
could
it
run
looks
like
all
steam
trippy,
heat.
but what it is just a massive amount of mirrors all pointed in at the central spot where they generate the energy from the heat.
There you go. That would be something to do here. And have it
Some
run a
well-made
little
panels,
generator.
some well-made panels may even last up to 40 years now. Through solar panels won't simply stop working after 25 years. Yeah, they
Well,
a lot
I
of
remember
technology.
seeing a story about it years ago. I don't know how further along it's come in development, but and it was a Chinese thing. They were designing basically like a tar paint, like you could just paint your roof with this tarp type of it's not paint, it's thicker than that. And yeah, basically plug into that, and yeah, you don't need panels. It'd just be this, and you paint side of buildings, any surface that gets any sun. And they were working on inventing such a product. It seemed like something feasible. I mean, yeah, at some point, why wouldn't we be able to create something like that?
Yeah.
Like even in California, we still are developing. We build new houses area after area. That's part of the growth of the whole insanity. Like I would vote for a thing that like all new houses, new track houses, like that are being built this year now, have solar built in already. Like make it part of building the house, not something to put on the house afterwards. Like that seems like a simple thing that would start to get, you know, new houses already have solar built in. That seems the way to do it. Like if you want more solar, but yeah, for some political reason, no, that's not. There's no mandates that make that. Like
No, it does happen though. They're building a lot of new houses with solar around here.
well, if I was
in
a
Denver.
contractor and
That's
putting in a
spicy.
new
Holy fuck.
track houses, I would install all that. You'd get the value back in the price of the house, and it would all be built
Yeah.
in already. And might as well put a battery storage in there and everything that the latest technology, and add it to the price of the house. And I think that would be a selling point instead of having to retrofit it all in after you buy the house.
So they got this in the Mojave Desert, and it's so powerful that it like burns birds.
Yeah.
I think they
That's the
generate
thing
steam generate steam and run a steam turbine.
They're
Something
heating
like that.
water with this one. Pretty interesting, but yeah, they get so hot.
Dude, I think these spiders are battling on this
Oh
plant.
no! Oh, it's safe. That was gonna fry it.
I want to see if there's there was a video of one frying. It like, let me see if we can find it. Bird ignites.
But that's
Well,
good. Yeah, there's a lot of rebates now that.
And a lot of these newer technology energy things, environmentalists are the people that are trying to stop like any more progress, because like you say, a bird can get burned up. There's different issues with the wind. There's yeah, but like first off, considering that in our history, we've built things that disrupted nature without a second thought. And over time, the birds would realize, yeah, stay the fuck away from this area.
Check this
Instant
out.
death,
Ready?
right?
Yeah.
And like there'd be there's some cost. It's weird that the same environmentalists that want all this stuff in a lot of times are the same group that's like suing or making it that it's hard to implement or build at such places. I noticed that.
They're just catching like on fire as soon as they go in front of them. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Like all those little puffs of white smoke is a bird.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the same thing around airports and stuff, right? Birds learn to stay the fuck away or you get killed in the engine, right?
Well, the thing is, they actually have a bunch of different methods to keep birds away from certain areas. There's like an old mine. It might be in California. I don't know, but it's like really toxic for birds, so they have to keep the birds off of it. But like, it's on the migratory path, so a lot of different birds land on it.
Yeah.
And they shoot rifles down at it to keep it out.
But how much do you really think that company, I read some of the stuff that went across, is spending to try to save birds' life? Like, yeah, that sounds good, but like
Yeah, just
what?
a minimal.
Like, oh, yeah. I mean, first off, isn't certain things like just like there's a give and take to everything. So in the scheme of things, right?
Oh, it's Montana. Like, I lied, everyone. Sorry.
You know, all right. So birds can't live in that area and need to find a new, like, oh, we've ran all the other wildlife out of their natural habitats to make room for our development. So now all of a sudden we're worried about some birds getting fried. Seems a little much, you know.
I think they were just more worried about it hurting like birds that are close to extinction.
Like I know around here, like even when they replaced all the poles with these like they're not wood anymore, they're like composite. And it took years because like even on my property, the last engineer to approve it was the environmental one to make sure that this endangered sparrow bird that's in this region that's on the endangered list, it's past the time of their nesting. So yeah, he would come with binoculars and inspect to see if there weren't any nests. And if there weren't any nests, then he would give the green light to change the poles. And it was only in these certain months that they could do it. And whatever they got done during those months, and then they'd have to wait till next year. And it was like, yeah, I met the guy. He was just doing his job. But like, yeah, he was like the environmental inspector to clear the poles from the one bird he said that they're most interested or protecting is this sparrow that's like from this area that's endangered.
So at this mine, I guess if they drink the water, it eats them, like burns them from the inside out. So yeah, they use a bunch of different techniques to get them off. It's Montana, Berkeley, Pitt. I don't know what they mine.
Hey, well, there's a bunch of stuff that goes on that isn't so public that you don't want to know about.
Well, there. Now I can see everybody. Gosh, dude.
Mining and energy production and so many things.
The Berkeley is a uranium mine.
Well, Greenfingers lives in this area that's been. There's stories on 60 Minutes in the last year. It's going to become. What's the stuff they need for the batteries for the Teslas? The
lithium.
lithium. They say that the amount of lithium that's in this, what they call the Imperial Valley, this area, is more valuable than the oil from Saudi Arabia. And there's already companies out there starting to build out the infrastructure to mine all this lithium, where the companies are saying that, oh, the discharge water and this is all going to be 100% clean and all the things you would expect them to say, except that
Yeah, just like
gonna,
China,
Hope
started
so.
to dump nuclear water right into the ocean. They're like, yeah, it's safe.
like, I doubt there's a way you're gonna like at that scale mine that much lithium out of this area without disrupting nature, basically. Like
There was
you know,
one of those toxic lakes leaked like a few years ago here in Colorado. I don't know if you remember, it was some EPA disaster then. Like somehow
yeah.
it
Well, their
leaked, and
history is
because
like
I
all
guess
these
they have those
companies.
all over.
Like even the reason that at Qualcomm, that's where like our old football stadium, and why the Chargers left, because the city wouldn't build them a new one. You can't rebuild on this spot because there's been these oil storage tanks there since the 50s, and yeah, they've had these slow leaks. So whoever develops that land has to remediate whatever, which basically means remove like massive amount of earth and replace it because it's been
There's an old gas station like
faster.
that was around here for the longest time, right on Main Street. And like it was, the gas station was long gone, but they never could sell it. It was like new stuff all around it, because whoever bought it would have to, do some kind of cleanup
with the EPA,
or somehow, or maybe the seller or somebody would.
And even this thing with farms, what they call it, forever chemicals or whatever, then they're
just had a place get busted.
Generational farms that their parents only did what was like the thing to do at the time, but then that left these forever chemicals that now the cost of cleaning up, they're basically screwed. But they were sold those chemicals and told to use those chemicals and all this, but now those are considered forever chemicals and you can't, like, they never go away.
What kind of forever chemical causes this?
One of the big companies.
Seriously, anybody know? What causes red blood and goo to come out of stocks?
No.
I have no idea. Anybody in chat?
Maybe that's a fungus. How old is that? How long does that take?
Anthocyan's coming out.
Is that what it is, Cap?
And like sugar, I thought.
What?
Do you feed your plants molasses?
No. This wasn't a purple plant right here.
Wow,
Weird
that's pretty red. That's like,
dude, it's like blood red. And it's dripping down.
Well, what strain is that? Like that?
These are all tested plants, so it's got to be the soil. They're all different, and it's just these plants. It wasn't like my beds and shit.
I don't know. Red sometimes like iron.
I have no idea, and I haven't aside from some calcium, some lime because it's peat based and they're old. I haven't really done much.
Well, that's where like having a little mini lab where you could do your own little sap test real quick and probably figure out it's iron or it's like.
Oh, you can actually
obviously it's most likely a mineral. Like,
this one's got mold on it.
Yo, so I don't know where
I can see there's red underneath it.
But check your local college because, like, I know UMass Amherst. You can send soil samples to them and they'll test everything. Fungus.
That one's clean. That one's clean.
Yeah, I did a soil test for my lawn. Yeah, that was good. Local
That one's clean.
University, Colorado.
Like that one's really clean. Like that's what I expect
No,
to stop.
but these weren't free tests, right?
No, I think it was like no more than $50.
And like
Yeah.
fumes, this is that fumey plant, like Morgana. Like that's what I expect to see is some clear sap, you know? Like this Morgana here. Not red death.
Which, by the way, you can grab at fumidor.com.
Oh, look
Yeah,
at this
that
one,
looked
though.
like red dye number whatever. The latest thing they banned in California, why Skittles are no longer on the market or something.
Oh yeah, we had a company here that was like one of the bigger landscaping companies. They like supplied compost and shit. And I guess they tested their compost and it was like higher than the state minimum for some forever chemical. And they were a big fucking business.
Oh, look at this one's got a caterpillar on it. Can you see it?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm surprised he's not up here munching.
So yeah, there's probably some good solar panel rebates though. Huh, Smash. Have you really looked into that a bit?
Yeah, there's this thing called Mass Solar I'm trying to get into.
There may be some federal even. And sometimes your electric company too has some.
Well, yeah.
Well, and
website.
out in
Or maybe
California,
it goes
there's
from-
a whole industry of solar, that are like semi scams too. There's
Yeah, you got to be really careful.
Yeah.
because a lot of this, like, oh, if you did the footwork, you could apply yourself and deal with the rebate and all that. But then there's companies that, oh, they take their piece as they sell you the thing, but because they know how to do all that shit and get, where to do it yourself, you have to do a little footwork to apply for all the different because it's not one rebate, it's a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Your state does so much, your Fed does so much, and each of those are separate things. But I noticed there's a lot of solar salesmen out and about, like whether they put their ad on their car or they give out cards at the restaurants or whatever. Solar salesman's like a big thing right now.
I gotta fucking make sure I pull in the rest of the seeds outside the end of this week. It got cold last night. But we're also willing to, we have a couple of trees in the yard. I'm willing to cut them down to put more panels up. We're even willing to put panels in the yard if we can.
So yeah. Actually, my neighbor actually does just have a couple of panels in his backyard. I always thought he got a hold of them somehow. But I didn't think he bought them, but maybe he did.
Yeah, we want to put as many as we can.
And then some kind of box or something to integrate it into the system.
And then at one point, you could like hook it up to like a power bank. So if your power ever goes out, you have a backup power bank.
Yeah, they're probably thinking like to eventually be able to recharge your car or electric bike.
Well, and the power banks are, relatively newer part of the equipment, and they've come down in price. Like when they first were out, they were pretty expensive. Now they've come down to more reasonable because without a power bank, like, if you can bank the power, then then you have the ability to, you know, power whatever, have some power of your own. If you're just like, some of them are just connected where your power excess is going into the grid, and then they rebate you, they pay you for that. And then the power you don't have any bank, then you only have, like, you would only have power during the day.
Like that. There's extra batteries.
Isn't one of the better power banks Tesla's?
Yeah, Tesla does it.
It's relatively a rinky-dink laundromat in my town, but on the side of it in the back, it looks all high tech. It says Tesla on it. It's this big power bank thing that somehow the laundromat put in the bill, and they have a Tesla power bank.
You know, those lithium batteries, they really use lithium, but not, or they also need nickel and cobalt. Like, it's not just lithium, it's like a lithium ion.
They have.
You might even need more of those other metals. Not sure, but yeah, it's gonna be a lot of battery stuff going on.
Well,
Yeah, he's got electric
probably,
bike.
like,
It's
it's
killer.
one of those things in the next, like, you can always wait to jump in because technology's progressing. But imagine in 10, 20, 30 years where, like, power banks, solar, or houses having their own sufficiency. The
So all the
technology
new,
is gonna grow, and prices will come down.
all the new technology is this LifePo. I don't even know.
Well, yeah, it is expensive. Like, because I was looking, like, a replacement battery would basically be a third of the bike's cost. Like, yeah, they jacked it up if you need a replacement, whatever. But yeah, basically it's a third of the cost of the bike. Like $500 plus. It's like,
Lithium iron phosphate battery.
because I heard that for cars too. That's why the Tesla, the resale.
Supposedly they could take charges better.
What kind?
LifePo, lithium iron phosphate.
Yeah, they'll probably come out with better ones. That'd be good. Lighter and some cheaper, less expensive to make, and you don't need all these metals that are hard to get.
Yeah, I assume though, and the size of it, like, I think, I mean, if we really pour all of our innovation into, I assume one day an electric car battery will be like at the size or smaller than an engine. Instead, now, like, a Tesla's just all battery, right? It'll eventually become like a much smaller unit capable of 10 times the output that it is now. Like, it might be totally different technology than the current, like, lithium concept. I know there's like billions of innovation chasing the next invention in that, because that's going to be a game changer.
Hey, you guys want to hear the coyotes?
Sure.
All right, I hear them.
Hey, Smash.
Yeah, later.
Happy birthday.
Peace out, Smash.
Happy birthday, Smash.
Yeah, you had a good live stream going on yesterday.
Yeah.
We can't really hear those coyotes, or I can't. Sorry. Maybe it's like noise cancellation or something. Probably have to, if you have to turn that off if it's on.
They haven't started again. Now they stopped, of course, once I get out here.
It's funny that this shop's got the same grinder I've got at home. These are great grinders, but the only problem is when you're torquing them and grinding the weed up, it torques the bottom. And someone like me, where after using all my hand strength to grind it through, I can't get the bottom off. So I've got weed ground up and I can't get to it. It's like, fuck.
That sucks, Cam. I hate when that.
Yeah, I had a grinder
I
like that.
do it myself.
This one really doesn't do that.
I went out and got one of those big, like 4 or 5 inch ones. And that one actually works really good for me. I can grind up like, 5-6 grams at a time.
It might be those bigger ones because this other one, it's never given me problems, but it isn't as big as my last. It's probably, and actually, I probably do have to fill it twice if I want to roll a really real fatty.
Oh man, no, you need one that at least, you put a gram in.
I don't really, but I fill bowls, so it might take
bowls. I don't even
really cool.
I don't grind my weed when I put it in my bowls, because why disturb all the trichomes on the inside? Let them burn.
It doesn't have any threads. You don't have to screw anything together. You use magnets to hold it together, and you just spin it to grind it, and then you just lift it. Lift up the bottom. That's just held on by magnets.
That's what she said.
Brilliant cut. I think it is. Brilliant. Yeah. Brilliant cut grinder.
I got one.
This had tobacco in it.
Because those threads always get gummed up. It's just because the resin gets everywhere. So it just gums up everything.
Clean your shit.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys, what do you do with the C-boat when you lose the lid?
The what?
What do you do with a C-boat when you lose the lid?
Go to Amazon and look for metal.
You turn it into a water catch. Pretty expensive water catch. I don't know how I lost.
That's why.
Don't ask.
That's why you go to Amazon and you buy the food containers for like that size for like $25.
Yeah, well, when new fancy things come out, Cap, sometimes you just got to buy them. And they do work.
I have one. I paid $50-some for mine.
I don't know how much the 5 gallon are. I've got a couple of them. That's my only 5 gallon.
I actually opened up my container and found a bud, so I've ground that up. We're going to see what that was.
Sweet.
It was almost enough for a full joint.
Hey, Buddy Kilowatt, you were talking about that mystery machine earlier from James Loud?
Yeah, that's what it was called, Mystery Machine. Yeah.
Yeah, I grew that out, dude, and I did not get bubble gum from mine. Mine was like,
yeah. Well, no, this was juicy fruit.
Mine was like,
well, I had those phenos too, but I right away I dialed on this one because I never smelled one. It wasn't bubble gum. It wasn't anything like bubble gum. It was juicy fruit, that one kind of gum from Wrigley's that has I don't even know what that smell or taste is. It's juicy fruit. It's like they got their own, they created that taste.
This is Mike Porkowski. Wow.
I'm Roger Kaggy. Like it was one of those ones that when you dried and cured it, it was still good weed, but it didn't have the juicy fruit like dissipated away.
Yeah, that upset
Now,
it. That
I
made
never
me
got
upset
to it,
when
but
they
I
lost
thought
that.
that might be a candidate to make hash, where if you fresh froze, you could maybe capture it. Like that's some of what that technology,
Yeah.
that tech does for on the high end hash. Yeah, they're able to capture that what weed tastes or smells like when it's perfectly ripe or and you cut it down. Which when you grow for flower, oh yeah, weed smells a certain way then, but when you dry and cure it, it develops differently. Some, yeah, they take on different smells as they cure. Some are pretty much just a weakened version of, but they're never as like, yeah, if you can capture it right when it's cut down, and that's what like rosin is, right? Like that's why
Yeah.
it's a gram of that stuff in a jar. Like holy shit, I've smelled so many crazy smells of rosin. Like at least in the last few years, not as many crazy smells of
Oh
weed,
no, Johnny Pipe.
but oh my god, I've smelled
Hey,
like
D.
every kind of smell
They
you
just
could think of in
Pipe.
rosin.
Hey, D, is that you with something going on in the background?
Negatory.
No, that
Oh,
was me
Yes.
because I'm
oh,
actually
that's
in a
rough.
coffee shop, guys. You know, a
It's kind of hard to hear,
dispensary.
bud. Yeah.
Well, that's why I walked out.
No, that's cool. No, I was wondering though if it was D and he stepped away and then we were just hearing shit in the
They
background.
had
No,
some
okay.
loud.
Negatory.
Yep.
Thai people can get really loud.
They were talking. It just sounded like some kind of weird.
I thought it was
I
a
thought it was
TV.
like cars driving by.
Yeah, it sounded like something flying by.
Well, the
Other
cars
clip
are now,
thing.
guys. I walked outside.
Yeah, but that's periodic. It was
Huh,
like a constant car.
huh.
Or no, I
But
mean it was
with
noise in
that
the
juicy
background.
with the juicy fruit, I mean, there definitely is a way though of getting
Oh,
it in bud form. Because I mean, yeah, that was. I mean, I've had that's an old school flavor.
yes,
Yeah,
it is.
I'd heard of
Yeah,
that before, but
Juicy
like I
fruit
never
is
had one that smelled like that. Like it
smells like
was
jackfruit.
so
That's
like
the fruit.
that.
That's the fruit that it
But
smells like. It's jackfruit. Juicy fruit.
Yeah.
well,
And
the
we don't know what
the
jackfruit
seed
smells like. We don't have
company,
any.
Yeah, it's weird they share the terps. Yeah, I wonder what that
the
is.
seed company that came
It's-
out with the
great
strain that tasted like juicy fruit bubble gum, actually lost it, and then they renamed it fruity juice, and
Exactly.
it never tasted the same. It that original.
Oh
I
no.
mean, that tasted like the bubble gum, the first few chews of it, all the way through the whole joint. It was awesome.
Ooh,
I
that's good.
enjoyed that high tremendously.
Yeah, good flavor too. But so there's some way though of it staying in the bud, in the flower. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what the terp, what kind of aromatic it is that's doing that.
That was a great
What compound?
day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Had it here. I had a friend that was a grower. She grew a shit ton of like good juicy fruit, and it was awesome. An awesome cut. Over.
I got offered brand new 315s over here the other day for 650 baht a piece, and they come with a bulb. So that's
Well-
less than $20 a piece.
Here's my take on 315s. One, our whole veg is 315s, and we can get faster veg with the other lights, but in our perpetual, that's like the perfect light. And then in the one room that we still run single-ended, hung in a couple middle spots are these 315s at the same height, which like when you see them on, you don't even think that the 315 is contributing much to the footprint, except that in all three of those spots in that room, like 5 weeks in, when you go look at the buds underneath the 315,000 mix, they're by far the crustiest. The leaves have gnarly resin rails. Like there's just more resin on those plants than the ones that aren't under the combo there. That's like, and we just did that like a couple years ago at this spot. And yeah, I started noticing that the plants underneath the 315 with thousands all around them have considerably more resin on them than without. Now we didn't lab test it or any of that, but you can see it with the naked eye.
Well, if you can see it with the naked eye, then I think maybe in some of the new rooms
at that
I'm
place,
building,
at that
go
place,
into.
it's this weird thing. Like, oh, the other room is all double-ended, and oh, it performs, no question. But the what I call resin rails, where there's like the sun leaves have resin going down the leaf a certain percent, especially on the edges, and well, pretty much that's a representative of resin growing everywhere else too. Yep, the single-ended room, like the single-ended room still like we're yeah. Like I could take pictures and be like, yeah, it's a total to us in our setup, in our way of doing it. Like, yeah, it's not like we think of changing the other room back because space and numbers and all that come into play, and double-endeds have their role too. But yeah, we don't go HPS, no. I mean LED. We're just HPS. Like we were thinking of it a couple years ago, but we didn't. And then now it's just like, well, it's got to pay for that move, and no, it doesn't make sense. There's not enough money in it to make it worth doing that.
But I actually really thought about just, biting the bullet and buying the aircon and everything else that I would have to buy with that. But I was thinking about running some just rooms of 315s. Actually, I haven't even checked in to see what 630s would run me. The 630s may be less than $40, and I'll go with those instead. But some of the 315s, I was thinking about mixing with the LED lights themselves.
A couple years ago, because the hydro store was being bought by Grow Generation, they were selling all the other bulbs they had stock that had been on the shelf for a while for $1 each. And one of the bulbs I was able to buy, there's these double-ended conversion bulbs, right, that fit into a double-ended that are what does it come out to? 945s, because all they are is 315 cartridges in a double-ended, right? But yeah, because they were $1 each, I ran a tray with 2 of those on it for a couple cycles, and Yeah, they worked good. That was different. It was a different spectrum, but it was still 945 watts because it was 3 of them and 1,000-watt HPS. But yeah, they have these conversion bulbs that, like, I think the real retail price of that was like an expensive ass bulb, so I would never have bought it. But when they sold all the different bulbs for $1 each, I just bought them all, and that was some of them, and they worked good. You can do it that way too.
Come smoke with me.
Or, I mean, to be honest, LEDs, like if I was starting from scratch and building new, oh, well, then you would build out with LEDs, I think. You wouldn't like put up a new place with, but shit, both of the, like all the places I'm got my paws in, or the 2 places, they've been running for like 10 years or longer, 10, 11 years, like clockwork. So yeah, harder to like upgrade a place that's just running, you know what I mean? Not really, but you'd have to, like, you know, change a bunch of things and
If I
probably
go
lose
back,
a
if I
cycle
go
or
back to
lose.
Ohio, I'd be under HBS. I got 20,000 watts. I ain't going to go out
Yeah.
and buy anything new.
Well, even like the one LED that was gifted to me from the store, it's what's it called? Something 720.
Ion.
I think
It's the
yeah.
Ion 720.
So
That's what I use.
it's 720. Okay, I get, okay, that's less than 1,000, right? And I also get that, less AC
Less than
and less
1,000.
other energy as far as
Yeah.
cooling the room, but yeah, I'm not against it. It's just that, like, sometimes when something's just running and, like, what do you call it? If it works, don't fix it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I pulled down my 2 1,000 watts and replaced it with the 2 ions, and I was having problems before with those 2 HPS with the 2,000 watts in there.
Well, the
But
heat.
this is more
Right.
powerful. Yeah, this is way more light too. I could tell. Like, I'm like, whoa,
Yeah.
this is way more light.
I
Like,
mean,
crazy. So I have it turned down to halfway, and then like now I turned it up one more notch because I'm full blown 2 weeks away maybe to finishing. So I'm just trying to kick it out, bang it out, make it thicker and fatter. They work good. I mean, I'm not gonna say that they're better than HPS. They're about the same.
yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah.
it's
Just
and
like
like it's, unless you're like at the scale or like where this is at, yeah, it's roughly 50 of them if you were to do the whole thing. Well, maybe only, yeah, like 50. Okay, even from, like, I guess it was around 3 years ago, where, yeah, we had a deal. We kind of had to deal with the store. We knew how much we had to put down and blah blah blah. And even in that year, a year and a half that we balked on doing that, at that time, these brands of LED were the talk of the town and were priced here. Oh, half of those brands aren't even around anymore, or a few of them.
No.
And the prices are already here, right? Just in that time, like, let's say we pull the trigger, and then had to face over the next 2 years, yeah, we pulled the trigger at the wrong time, and we paid like X amount per light, blah 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 blah. You would regret that you would have felt like you got fucked. Beyond the fact, guess what? Those weren't the lights that are the good ones. This one is. Because I notice a lot of people that went LED and a lot of people that really deep in it, they're always changing lights.
I'm starting to see some dead LEDs.
you know,
Good
and
chips.
like, oh,
Yeah.
they've,
So they do,
and
they do get the, just random ones in it, so HLGs, just some random of the diodes or just
There's no
dying.
tobacco. You don't have to hit it as hard.
yeah, and
So they don't last
ultimately,
forever. I was like always like,
well,
oh,
and
this might. Well, I'll have this for a long time.
that
But
was something that like, even though they give these amount of hours, well, the bulb makers tell you this ridiculous amount of hours too, right? So those numbers don't mean anything. I would assume like it's just a relatively cheap bunch of components put together in this light. Yeah, I'd imagine that they last around 5 or 7 years, right? Like
yeah, I'm
right.
thinking about that too.
And
Oh,
as
and
much
if it
as
goes
if you
slowly,
have
that'll be
if you're
that'll be okay. I'm
if
glad
you're
it's
kind of new to this, well, okay, 5 or 7 years. I remember when I first started, I couldn't think past like 1 year, right? Let alone 5 or 10
yeah,
years or 20 to 30 years. Where like,
yeah,
yeah, some pieces of equipment that I still use to this day are over 20 years old and still work, right? Like, uh,
yeah. Some of the fans, they work pretty. Like the inline fans, they're not like the
well,
circulatory fans.
even
The
when I
oscillatory, all those
changed
circulating
to
fans die quickly, but
it
the
was
inlines can
20
last.
digital ballasts like so many years ago when that was the thing, digital ballasts, right? And they were Global Greenhouse. I think that was the name of the brand. It had a 5-year warranty, right? Then now they only offer 3-year warranties, right? But the
Yeah,
lights are only like 100 and some bucks or some ridiculously low price. But back then they were, no, they were more expensive. They weren't like near what LEDs cost. But like clockwork, like I remember the first one was two months. Oh, out of the 20, there was 1 or 2 of them that died and they replaced them under warranty. And then I had one that died, I brought in, and even though my friend ran the shop, the receipts in the fucking register, yeah, it was 2 months past the 5 years. And I remember saying, oh, so what do we do? He
oh
says, oh, it's
damn.
a door stop. And like, even at the time, I didn't even realize what he meant by that. But all right, I I got another one or whatever. Had to pay like out of warranty. It was done. It was a door stop. Basically, yeah, that's what maybe one of them became. I used to use it to wedge the door open when I needed to, right? Um, because unlike the other ones, you could fix them. Oh, there's only 3 components in it. You could buy those and a little bit of wiring, boom, you're up and going for a few bucks. Digital
So
ones were sprayed, like they had this thing to cool it.
yeah,
So the wind,
it filled it.
yeah.
Yeah,
So you didn't
it just,
open them. Like if it broke, that was it,
nah,
right? And
yeah,
I think there might still be a handful. Now it's like over maybe close to 10 years or 8 years, but between 5 years and 2 months and the next, like, fuck, every couple weeks, well, all of a sudden when the lights came on, one wouldn't come on. Oh, I think it might be the bulb. Oh, it's not the bulb. Oh, it's the ballast. Oh, another door stop. After I knew they were out of warranty, I didn't even bother. Yeah, they were just door stops. They died, which is like, oh, if you build something that you control all those parameters, which most electronic devices, what do they call this? Planned obsolescence or whatever. Yeah, did you really want to sell somebody a ballast that lasts for 20, 30, 40 years? To be honest, magnetic ballasts, the old school ones, I think some of those will be running for 100 years from now because it's a coil wound transformer, igniter, and what's the other component? But it's like, yeah, you open it up, it's not much there. And I'm not an electrician or anything, but I learned after a while what is there. A capacitor. There's a capacitor, igniter, and the transformer. right? It's pretty basic, simple, elementary. Yeah, why wouldn't those run forever? Those transformers, those old school magnetic ones, those were built to last for like ever. You know what I mean? Like that's what's so heavy about one of those ballasts is yeah, it's two big ass magnets and a bunch of copper coil, like a basic transformer.
Yeah. The LEDs, the diodes will die, and then there's the ballast, which when that dies, at least that's easy to replace with LEDs nowadays.
Yeah,
And having the diode is better than having those cobs, because I guess if something like that, it's not going to die
the next
slowly
question I
like
would
this
ask
one is.
is that what is the die off rate of that diode? Meaning, oh, the first year it works at this level and then it starts to fade, and how
Yeah,
like before it's
there's that
finally
too.
deemed to be below, oh hey, you need
Yeah,
a
I
new
think they'd
light,
say
this
like
one's too old.
5 years, 6
Yeah,
years or
well,
so. Anyway, and it's
which
like
I would
not
have to
terrible.
question. Now there's some
80%,
people that
70%.
are using the lights, the same one, and have got multiple years in and still happy with their results. So but they don't last forever, like
Yeah.
so,
The
like,
cleaning's weird too. If there's dust, I'll like wipe a little dust off, but otherwise, just which is good. And I hate cleaning hoods or all that glass and surface
well,
area. So there's that.
I
They're
mean,
convenient. I like them.
well, I mean, where I think that it revolutionary changed the game forever, and there's no uh, way to counterpoint that is when it comes to tent growing or relatively small growths, right? Where, yeah, there was a time when people still tried to grow in tents with that's where people would use 600 watt HPS because, oh, no way could you put 1,000, even with whatever way you tried to cool the air, or it was just too much heat and too small, even if you vented the hood, everything else, where LEDs make a tent like a perfect environment, like it makes it, you don't have to deal with that enormous amount of heat, which whether you're in a tent, a closet, small
Yeah, it
place,
is really good,
small,
and you can
like
dim it
heat used
down.
to be like one of the things that screwed up more people's grow than anything back in the days when it was metal halide and HPS. There wasn't even 315, right? And basically there was 400 watts, 600 watt, and 1,000 watt. We used to veg under this weird bulb called the Sun Agro, and it was a 430 watt bulb that ran at 400 watt ballast. And yeah, we used it for veg, but it was really like a HPS light, Sun Agro. It had red spectrum, but yeah, for when we used to veg under 400s, yeah, these bulbs called, I think they're still around. One of the bulb companies has a bulb called Sun Agro, and it's 30, I think they even have a 600 one that's like a 660 instead of 6. Now I don't know. I mean, I would always think, oh, it ran on a 400 watt ballast. It probably used 430 watts.
Oh, maybe it was for the boost mode on the
yeah, this
ballast.
was before there was boost modes. No, it was just basic 400 watt ballasts, mechanical, whatever. Yeah.
Because they always said we really shouldn't do that.
Used to use oh, I have fought heat a lot in certain grows over the years, and that's where some rooms I would have like one tray that had thousands over it to a 4x8 tray with 2 lights, and the next tray would only have 600s, or I'd mix them up, but I'd run a certain amount of 600s along with the 1000s, especially in the summer, because that was the only way to, the heat was too much.
Those
And I
430s, those
I would
actually
never keep
ran
the
out quick.
ballasts in the room. I would always have the ballasts like on the ceiling of the, like outside the room, because that was like one place that the ballast itself put out heat, but the bulb and the whole thing puts out good
The
amount of heat.
LEDs are a lot easier.
Those 430 bulbs you were talking about, the only problem with those is I seem to run through those a lot quicker. They diminish really quick. Like
I don't
2
do it
harvests and
anymore.
done.
We kind of almost go close to a year before changing single-ended bulbs, and almost 2 years with the double-ended. But back when the numbers were different, I used to change all my bulbs every 2 cycles, like clockwork. I had a calendar thing, because they were like 70. Hortilux bulbs were like 70, or maybe they were even a little higher at sometimes. I could see, even if I never did the quantitative math because it would be impossible, but I could see that the first run with new bulbs would have probably a few percentage bigger yield or denser weed, like and back then when the price was X, it would be like, yeah, well, of course you'd put new bulbs in. It pays for itself easy, right? But then as the game changed and all the numbers changed, oh no, like going to buy like 20 bulbs at $70 each is all this money. And because one thing about HPS bulbs, there is a point where all of a sudden you have a crop and you'll realize, I went too far with the bulbs, right? But it's not like you can see that with your eye. Like they still light up and are bright as fuck, right? But they can go pretty far. Like maybe every, that would mean every 120 days I change bulbs. Like for so long, like decade, I was like that, longer. Now I try to I go a lot longer, like probably almost a year. But like one thing with metal halide bulbs, they'll blow. They'll, like when they go out, they usually blow out sometimes. Where HPS, they just don't come on anymore. It's not like, oh shit, the whole thing blew up. And a lot of times
metal halide sound like a bomb.
A lot of times with the HPS, there is this point where they're not productive. It's counterproductive. They still might grow under it, but like they're no longer got the, what do they call that? The CRI, like the color rendering index, right? Even though it's still bright as fuck, the spectrum died off, and then they're not. That's why you need to replace bulbs every so often. And I did notice when I went from magnetic to digital, because the digital, that was why they had all these claims that like when
you got me wondering about how
more
if the
lumens and
LEDs
everything
die down.
the digitals were like pushing it, like at 120 days when I would change bulbs out of the digital one, there'd be this like gray, like the bulb had baked and it was gray. Like it was never a question whether you were mixing them up, right? Where under the magnetic ballasts that I still use, no, the bulbs still look pretty much new, like it physically. But the one that was in the digital, they were cooked. Like, and I just assumed, that's because they're pushing, the whole digital thing is pushing all the spectrum, the frequencies, right? That's how they even have I don't run mine at 1100, but I just run it at 1000. But yeah, there's always this boost, so you can even push them harder. Well, okay, if you push your bulb harder, and then you're going to need to change it more often.
Yeah, I wonder
And
if the old style is easier, like kind of like old amplifiers, like with clips soft.
yeah, I mean, we
You
don't think
know,
of
you
it as
don't get those
analog versus
sharp
digital,
on off
but
on off. It's more gradual.
it is analog versus digital. It's true sense. And inside the audiophile world, and like there's a bunch of people that believe that the analog's still the best sound, period. There's no comparison. And I think they both
Yeah.
play their roles though, right? And so, but yeah, I think when it really comes to like the highest of fidelity, analog is that pure sound, where digital's not.
Yeah. But I wonder if the LEDs are dying down, you know. I mean, I'm just going by what I heard. It's like you
Well,
said, you can't
no, I think
tell
they took their share of the market share. I think
just by
if you
looking
look
at
at
them.
new purchases, like every year
No, I
someone
mean
gets
like
older and a new person decides to grow, and they go and they buy a light, a tent, a pump, the tray, all these things. I think the data must overwhelmingly show, even the store, they don't even stock. No, it's just all LEDs in the store, because that's all that someone today would be buying, right?
yeah. No, I'm just
Like
thinking if
no
they
one's
do
like
last
coming
5 years or
and buying
if they die down.
buying HPS new. Like I don't know, maybe maybe, but
You know,
no.
there's fluorescence in there, phosphorus and things that fluoresce. Maybe, maybe it does degrade faster, like, like old TV sets would kind of lose it. And so maybe, I wonder, maybe that was just, I wonder, because it's really only been about 5 years now around that they really got popular.
Well,
With
here's
like
what I
80,
noticed, and I
801
don't follow. I only follow the
white,
few I
the
follow, but
white
I
diodes.
follow Jungle Boys for the last few years. I followed Turp Mansion, a few other people. Some of them have gone complete LED, but a lot of times at that level, oh, they're sponsored, so you always have to question the uh, the praise they give to whoever gave them the lights, right? I mean, but Jungle Boys, who LA based thing, built the technology they used in LA, basically SOP'd that to a point that they went to Florida, and shit, seems like every other month they're opening a new fully integrated highest tech facility in different places in Florida,
That's what they
right?
specialize in now, is opening facilities. Kind of like
Okay, but all
McDonald's is
these
like,
places
how
have
to set up
have
they how to set up a
have
franchise.
identical design grow, that's like this is their SOPs from all the different things they did, right?
Hmm.
And they're spending top dollar on the space and the equipment and the DHU and the AC, and they're all mirrored the same, right? It's like it's a formula at this point, right? And Ivan basically was Lux Lighting, and whatever story that happened where company bought it and dissolved it seems a little fishy, but okay. Uh, his rooms that are like big, high tech, fertigated, all the bells and whistles in Florida are all uh, double ended rooms. I'm like, yeah, wait,
Hmm.
if LED was such a thing, Lux is such a thing, you have endless money to
Yeah.
build exactly what you want. Why is there his like new facility still HPS? That like forget all what he
Uh-huh.
says. Well, LED and blah blah blah. the proof is in the pudding. And the pudding is, oh, whatever you think about is weed or whatever, they hit these crazy numbers, repeatable, and have a vertically integrated system. All right. And a lot of the tech that's become common, they were some of the first people to fuck with. Like whatever you think of Ivan, it's bigger than him in the grow room anymore, but he built this thing and this concept, and it seems to be humming along.
Yeah,
You know
I
what
guess
I
maybe
mean?
even
Right?
at that scale, yeah, maybe it
And
makes a
and
lot
to
more
me,
sense.
that says a
It's
lot.
like
Like if
fewer
every
parts. You probably need fewer of those lights than
every
LEDs.
if
I'm not
every
sure.
new room he was pumping out with his, I guess these facilities are $10 million to build. They seem to always find a similar warehouse space or build some of these that start ground up, right? um
It's cheaper
yeah,
to entry cost, cheaper upfront,
and some
yeah,
of the places that
double ended.
people like got forced into LED is because it's a huge rebate thing. You get rebated, you get lower
Yeah,
power, and it's a force. So like when you look at it, yeah, I'm not so sure.
yeah, it's
Like
crazy. I don't
like is
know.
it,
Yeah,
and like with
yeah,
so many things, like wait, the first model of the Tesla car, I'm sure isn't like uh, yeah, they've come a long way since then, right? Like anything. So LED lighting, like I've been growing for 34 years. It's first started hearing about it maybe less than 10 years ago, but somehow in the last 5 years, it became this overwhelming thing, right? Like it was it was a change. Like certain things just stayed the same forever. Like, yeah, HPS and Hortilux and blah, blah, blah. That was that was Hydro 101, Hydro Store 101. And then all of a sudden, like a whole new thing came in. And a lot of what they said at the beginning wasn't true, right? Like a lot of it was a lot of sales pitching and just selling, because that's how you built market share. You could sell Lux Lighting for whatever $250 million when it was only 3.5 years
yeah.
old and wasn't even proven company. I always thought that was a little strange too, because if you remember, yeah, you got some huge amount of money for when if you were going to buy a lighting company, why wouldn't you have bought one that might have had like 10 years established or something
Yeah.
in that level of business?
Some people blew up and they weren't the growers, We're kind of
Like,
witnessing like, the pick and axe kind of people, and
well,
yeah,
I
some
mean,
of
he
the
keeps his
LED
mouth
companies,
quiet about that.
HLG
I'm sure
also,
that the lawyers
other
are
companies.
deep in some crazy lawsuit, but basically he
Build the
was sold
soil.
he sold Lux Lighting for some record amount of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions, which even at the time there were stories in the financial thing questioning whether this lighting was even worth that amount of money. And then within like a year or two, like not that far after, they dissolved the company. The company that bought them, basically a bigger lighting company, made a decision to just dissolve Lux Lighting,
Hmm.
right? Well, if I understand business a little, these kind of $250 million buyouts are what they call performance-based contracts. So it's based on, yeah, well, if the company sells what you say it's going to sell over this period of time, yeah, of course we're going to give you 200. But if it doesn't, right, they're performance based. So, the contract could be worth up to that much, but it's really all based on the numbers, right? If the company over those next couple of years doesn't perform, you don't get as much money, right? That's how those work. If they dissolve the company, do you even get any money? Or like, how does that work? Right? Which I'm sure, oh yeah, that didn't work. Like they didn't both leave happy, and no, there's some kind of contention. That's what happens in those kind of deals. That's business at that level. Like, Yeah, like you'd almost have to say they misrepresented themselves by saying they wanted to buy your company and build it up, and then a year later they dissolved it. That's a pretty dirty move.
Yeah, yeah.
Unless you still get all the money that you were promised, then who cares?
Yeah, if you still get your money, yeah. Sometimes they'll just do that, just close down your
But I
company
know that it
for whatever
must be
reason if you
nice,
know they paid
like
you.
making that kind of money and living that life, except that I can only imagine the amount of stress that the person that went through that roller coaster ride of, you know, building up his business, dealing with these sharks, getting a deal, then getting fucked
There was
by
a time, yeah. I mean, he like
the
all the
deal.
grow
Like as
shops.
much as like, oh, yeah, that was only the last few years. That probably like whoever, yeah, Ivan or the people that were involved in this, that's called stress. And
Yeah,
that's
they're
nothing.
still
That's
doing it.
I would prefer to be poor than have some stressed out life.
Don't they have some legal thing going on, even like
Well,
inside the
there's a
company,
bunch of legal things going on in
like
cannabis.
just
Like
amongst
some of the,
themselves?
like if
You know?
you just siphoned off all these stories that came across the wire as like, oh, X got bought by X for some ridiculous amount of money, right? Like hundreds of millions and tens of
That's
millions,
crazy. Some of these
big
weed
money
maps.
for a bunch of different assets. Some of them just being a breeder brand. Whoa, that's a lot of money to give a breeder brand, right? Um, but if you look at it now, and yeah, you have to pay attention close because a lot of times, oh, they take that post down where they said what they said or whatever. Because yeah, lawyers are advising them. Once you get into that kind of stuff,
Yeah.
keep your mouth shut. Don't
There's a
say
whole new
anything.
industry.
Right?
Metrics is another
But
company that like
but
just
but
out of
I was going to try
nowhere.
to say is out of all these top 10 coveted big money deals that went down, like more than half of them are already in a short period of time after in litigation over so and so that got fucked or this happened or that happened because
Yeah.
yeah, and oh,
It's
once it
crazy to
gets
watch
there,
it and really be, watch it from this side.
once it gets there, it's already a known thing that the way that works is whichever side has the most money and the longest money
Those
wins,
are lawyers, huh?
right? So in
They get
most of these
involved.
situations, you're up against, even if you are right and you've been fucked, you're up against having to accept, yeah, they got more money than me.
Yeah. These are
And
real
a lot of
business
these things,
people.
once it gets to court like that, yeah, they don't get settled like criminal cases where a year or so later we have results. Oh no, they get strung out for
Th-
fucking decades and shit. And the only
yeah,
people
that
that make any money are lawyers,
yeah,
right?
oh yeah, I guess that's a lot of people just get screwed and they're out and that's it. Like they don't sign something or they sign some contract that
Yeah, well,
they got screwed
and
after,
and
whenever
like
they
I
showed somebody else
I
everything
don't
and got stuff
I
done
don't
and
pay
then they're
attention
out.
to high times near like what I used to think of them, but I still follow and they have their little stories with their headlines. It's been a while, maybe 2 years or a year and a half. They had this one story, simple story with whatever person doing the data on and made pie charts of 1980 to 90, 90 to 2000, every 10-year increment, right? And what they showed in the pie chart was where every dollar of cannabis went, each thing represented
Uh,
$1, right? And
this industry blew
over
up.
over all these decades, the one sector that consistently was growing, and I think it in the 2020 was already at 17%. I remember that, but it grown from like barely 8% all the way to 17% was lawyers, right?
Oh,
They like, oh,
yeah.
where's the pie going?
Well, yeah.
More to the lawyers than
Yeah, they're
anything else.
crazy.
Like
Every
they were gained.
fuck.
And what it also pointed
There's
out,
always
it's
some
not.
kind of contract. Every app, you know,
Well,
all
what
this
they pointed
legal
out,
stuff.
or like the
Everything.
story said, is in 1980, the point oh whatever percent that went to lawyers were every town had their defense lawyer, couple guys that like were the pot lawyers that would take pot
Yeah.
cases,
There's
right?
so much legal shit going on right now,
That
like
was
with
like
politics.
if you said you were a pot lawyer, that was basically what you did. You were a defense lawyer for pot cases. And then over the years, like, during the medical time, there was the lawyers that helped write out all these different 215, like how you could get a license. You'd pay a lawyer and he'd file this paper and that paper. And for $7,500, you would get some license that said you were medical, like during 215, lawyers. And that sector went up. And now we're at IP is a whole sector. Of course, there's still criminal, all the licensing. Everybody needs a lawyer at this point, right? Oh,
Yeah.
everybody needs a contract, everything, right? So who's more? And once you let the lawyers in, there's no getting them out, and they'll just keep breeding. Like they're like the spider mite of the industry. Lawyers,
Yeah.
you can't live with them, and you can't live without them either.
Once
Like,
it gets to that corporate stage that, you know,
yeah,
we
like
fear, then yeah,
at this point, if you were coming out of
that's a
law
huge part
school
of
and
it.
having to pick a specialty or a part of law to go practice, there's a whole growing sector, cannabis lawyers, right? Whether it's this sector, that,
But
it's
I think
right.
the economy, I think that's one reason the economy is actually still going as strong as it is for as long as it has, is like because all the legal cannabis
And
that happened over the
ultimately,
last
the
few years.
people
All that
that are
is
the
so much
politicians
just a
that
boom.
ultimately control what is the law, they came out of the lawyer, like politicians, most of them, not all of them,
And a big part is all the
are
taxes too. I
lawyers.
mean, a lot of that money, you know, that's a big part of all the money pool too, is just the taxes that's coming out of all this.
Yeah, they had a story that was nationally, I forget the number, but it was in the billions, that I guess this year, the 2023, was, record breaking, meaning the amount of billions that was collected from each state combined was high, record high, which,
I
okay,
think
every
so.
time there's a new state that comes on board, that adds more,
All
like
these
even,
companies, you know, a lot of
but
companies, besides just dispensaries, there's all these other weed
yeah, I
maps
mean,
and
there's a lot going on. Yeah.
metric, all those the lighting companies.
Yeah, well,
Some
I've
are
seen
hurting.
data
The
though
grocery
that
stores
shows
hurting.
that I don't know what you consider a cannabis job, but even if you worked at a lighting company, that would be a cannabis job, or
Yeah,
fertigation company. Some all these different, but I don't know if they count that. But they've shown that in the last couple years, the amount of cannabis jobs in California are declining, and the average wage is way lower than other average wages. Like, I mean, average cannabis job,
yeah.
which that could mean from trimmer to bud tender to,
It-
pretty menial jobs, is
yeah.
1475, where others wages are closer to 20 for like almost
It,
a lot of other
it,
jobs.
it was a boom, but yeah, it may not last like that. But
Yeah,
it
well,
was a
I think
boom. But
if you pulled up, and I know internet, YouTube has it, the ad campaign in California, which is probably no different than what went on in other states, for the Prop 64, that was the rec time. And it wasn't like the most political advertised thing, but there was two different sides that ran ads in the month before the vote. Vote yes on Prop 64, or vote no. And there were some people that were saying vote no. And most of what they were saying, like looking back, they were right. They were trying to warn us of whatever, but no one was hearing that, because like the other side had ads that that talked about how much revenue, tax revenue, and where that money was going to be spent. And I remember it specifically that, because that's the one issue that you can always get the public on is money for schools. Like that's why the lotto
Yeah.
became a thing. Oh, so much money goes for schools. Other than if you, I don't have kids, but I just follow the news a little bit. Wait, teachers don't even have money to have pencils for their kids, and are the lowest paid at the worst situation schools. All right. Like, all right, that's pretty, each state or place has different issues with it, but overall, our schools are in shit shape. And wait, where's all this money? Right. And wait, cannabis
They don't give it
money.
to them.
Yeah, somehow the money never
If
gets
they get more from
to the,
cannabis, they just give them less from what they were going to give them, so they get
yeah,
basically the
right.
same anyway.
So like they told the voters a bunch of shit that it wasn't even true ultimately, right? To get those people to vote. That's what made it yes. Wasn't that people thought, oh, that's cool. People should be able to buy cannabis. Yeah, cannabis should. No, the issues that got people to the polls to push it over were, oh, well, money's going to schools, roads. That's what people heard. Oh, and it was creating all these jobs. That was the other thing. All these jobs. Well, those jobs maybe happened for a little bit at the beginning, but then they've been declining since then. Right. And at this point, if you were really going like, oh, I got to get a job.
In
well,
Canada,
you'd
they
probably rather be
a bit pissed with
a
reservations.
person walking around Walmart for $20 an hour than a person walking around a cannabis facility at $14.75. Oh, no benefits and all this other shit that goes along with it. Right?
They don't really do that here, do they? The Indian reservations, they don't sell cannabis, do they?
In California, no, they like
New
even
York,
down.
New York, they do. At the
Yeah.
Seneca tribe where I get my cigarettes, all of the places are owned by the Indians themselves.
Yeah,
because I know the one in Seneca was getting, or it was selling Michigan grown weed.
Because that's like cigarettes. Yeah, they lose out on the taxes.
And even the ones here, the ones that the two reses that I know a little bit about, they both have very, very, very successful Indian casinos, and they don't like want to rock the boat. That's a lot of like, even though the chief and people on the res tried to set up their own cannabis businesses, they frown upon it or basically ban it. And a lot of that politics is, yeah, they don't want anything to come in the way of
the casinos.
The casino.
The casino.
Yeah. I can see you can do it like that. You don't want one or the other, but yeah.
Yeah.
And ultimately, as much as they create their own law, they're still governed technically by the federal government, right? The state has no power really with them other than to assist, but the federal government still does have power.
Yeah.
Like
somehow,
yeah, and I imagine when the federal law changes, that's also something that will change. Like, because yeah, there's some of the Indian reservations that have huge amounts of really good farmland and try to, produce crops and
no, it's good they do it. No, I was just thinking though that like, oh yeah, that's something the government would
considering
but
like
it's
my
good they can do
perspective.
it. I mean they're doing well with casinos.
Who somehow in 1980 with this hippie chick sister, my friend's sister, We hitchhiked to the Black Hills of South Dakota for a 3-week survival gathering. It's a thing called the Black Hills Survival Gathering. And it had gathered all the Indian tribes from the Americas, a couple from across from Europe too, and No New, Alliance for Survival, the music scene. And we were on this piece of property that was donated, 1,000 acres, that was right next to one of the Air Force bases that they refuel the jets that have the nukes that fly around constantly, right? We were like, well, those planes were landing and taking off fairly close. And we were there for 3 weeks, and we went to workshops like every day. It was like a hippie commune thing. And it was like a party too, Rainbow Family, whatever. It's in 1980. It only happened once. But I was 15 and 16. And yeah, some of the trainings I went to, that was the first time I sat and like did a ceremony with a true medicine man, like this. Holy shit. Like I was like, yeah, I've seen some things there. I'll just say that. And it wasn't just drugs. Like the real power, what they call traditional Indian life. And a lot of this was to raise money or to try to come to this thing where certain, a couple people from all the different tribes, which are all different, were going to, and they were trying to pick whether it was going to be in the Alps or in, some really desolate high mountain area that they were going to like they were going to go live and then stay contained and create next generation and keep what they were saying was the traditional way of life of Indians that they felt was being completely destroyed by our
part of the
government,
American
basically, in the
culture
reservation
and resources
system,
and all that.
which at the time, this was pre-gambling, okay, from drugs and alcohol, because back in the 1980s, it was obvious and there was many circumstances where they realized that the government was flooding like the Cherokee Nation or this one with massive amounts of alcohol and also drugs. And it was destroying the culture of Indians trying to live traditional. And the only way to save that was like this thing, which Russell Means, who he was like one of the top Indian leaders at the time, part of Wounded Knee, and like all these top Indians were all at this thing for 3 weeks out in this field where we're all camped out and like communal life. But my perspective is, oh yeah, that's what we were doing. But what we found, our government, when I say we, because that's really who's fighting with them, or that's the issue, them and them. Yeah, by letting them have the casinos and have this like money that's what do you call it? Like, yeah, when you're in one of those successful tribes, you get paid like 10, 20, 30 grand a month. If you're one of the tribe members for the rest of your life and all your kids, right?
No problem having big families.
If you want to break what they call traditional
gets good
way
money.
of life, which meant that an Indian, even though there was modern education and stuff, they still wanted to be able to teach the next generation the traditional way of life, like, oh, how to survive, how to nature, all these things that are basically their culture, right? That like even reservations controlled what education system could be on the reservation. So much travesty with it's hard for me to speak on it because I'm not even I'm a white guy, but I've supported this and been part of like all through these years. And now we're at a point where, what the ultimate tool to like really knock out traditional life, give them 20 grand a month and see how much because that's not what yeah, they assimilate into like having a new Mustang or new truck every year, having all the toys in the world, having 20 grand a month, right? That very few of them still even have their eye open or care about what's considered the traditional way of American Indian life, or it's more than just American Indians, right? Yeah, the teachings that doesn't go back that far, like 4 or 5 generations, right? But they still, want that to be carried on, even though it doesn't really fit in the modern world. It's like it's their prerogative to teach their culture. Yeah, that's where there's been a war with our government, the reservation system, the Indian casinos. Like I said, I don't know if I explained it proper, but
Yo,
yeah,
buddy.
all the drugs and alcohol didn't smash them down as much as giving them uh, all this money. And yeah, money broke the traditional way of life traditions way more than drugs and alcohol did.
It's probably
Yeah.
not a popular thought, but the last acts, I don't know, there's probably somebody smarter in chat or something that knows, there's probably a term for it or something, but it's basically like the last act in conquering a people is by erasing their history, erasing their culture. And they essentially did that, giving them the gambling rights. It's
I mean, it's sort of like,
put it
even
light,
though
to put
in
it
one
simply,
way,
that's what happened.
to the Indians that
And it wasn't,
are involved
and don't think
it
any of
up
this isn't by design, dude.
Yeah.
The U.S. government
No.
doesn't just do shit like that.
No, I mean, for a couple hundred years, we've been set on like, we teach and try to study Roman, Egyptian, all this other history around the world, when our own history just from 200, 300, 400 years ago, we're trying to basically erase, right?
100%.
Right.
Well, at least the people are still alive, so that, I guess culture can
the
evolve.
traditions
but,
die.
Yeah.
They
Well,
become
yeah,
us.
that's true.
Yeah.
But at least the people.
Now
can,
there's still
flourish,
still
doing well.
Indians that are holding it down and trying to teach,
100%.
but they don't get any help, that's for sure. And it's not like we're I don't even know, like I kind of remember
I was
high
thinking about, like,
school a
there's some
little
great.
bit, or junior high, but like I imagine what we're teaching in our books about Indian history, culture, the war, whatever, is so far from the truth than you can imagine, right? Like it's our version of what happened.
Yeah. Can't even imagine that there are so many Indian tribes.
Where, like, I personally, and even from that experience and to this day, as a culture, I think they were onto something. They were like ultimately, they respected nature as God. Like Mother Nature was supreme over everything. That seems to be a pretty common. Each tribe there's many different.
They were
Indians,
barefoot, tapped
right?
into that shit. They lived with nature.
Right.
They didn't fight it.
Right. And that seems to be what the one thing
they were
we
grounded,
don't want
literally grounded,
left behind by their history or of their existence, is because that seems to be like maybe they were right on that one. Like,
dude,
as far
this place
as like,
would be a lot different if we'd ever showed up.
Some of those principles would have to have been put into the test of modern time, but they would have. And some of it would have been like, well, you can't do to the land, you can't just destroy the land, and you can't just destroy nature. And seemed like that was more like, that was one of their big things, right?
I'm gonna have to step out of this one, guys. I'll get worked up over this, and I need to get to bed. Man. But buddy, you're 100% right. Like
now I'm like,
we fucked up this land, dude, and it really fucking upsets me a lot.
Yeah.
I'll put it like that.
And as much as I know, I used to be like go to protests and be in the newsletters. There used to be organizations, even Greenpeace, who like basically got like axed out of being, they had their problems and whatever, corruption, and Alliance for Survival and a lot of different organizations. Some of these organizations crossed over with cannabis legalization, like back in those days. Like it was all the same people, right? Now we've like gotten to this point where, yeah, they like even the debate of the issue, or like, and everyone has got their side and doesn't want to budge on anything, and it's pretty bad. At least before there was a debate. Like I don't even think it's a debate anymore. Like even now, I know people don't want to hear any of this shit because, yeah, it's fucked up.
Yeah.
And it's not like we're gonna try. I personally, I don't know. I wish. I've always wanted to turn this around, and we'll make some get back on track a little bit. I don't think so. I'm sorry. The machine of this whole thing is it's moving way too fast for any of that shit, and it ain't looking back. It's never gonna go back.
It ain't looking good, dude. You're right. I mean,
we made a mistake. One thing, I don't think it's just an American thing. I think it's a human thing. We never want to ever admit our mistakes. So we never learn from the past, basically, right? Because most of the time, regardless of what it is, we're just like, oh, we just move on from it. Like the most horrific shit that's happened in humanity. We never like accepted it, right? Like, or dealt with it or took responsibility for it. No, we just move on, right? Now I don't need to name all those issues, but you can go back 2,000 years, 1,000 years, fucking 100 years. Even right now at this moment, it's like, holy shit.
I totally look like a spaceman. I say something.
Well, if I was you, like considering I was surprised today to see that they were in Michigan on a stage rehearsing for a show that is 5 to 6 days away.
Dude.
Like that,
they've got shows
like normally, like, yeah, if a tour starts tomorrow, they get there tonight. Okay. Like all this days ahead of time and on stage rehearsal. Oh, and he's playing electric. Okay. So that's a big thing in itself. And I imagine that's what all this rehearsal's about.
100%.
And then to have the stage manager and the guitar tech basically fired and posting counter fuck yous on Instagram. Oh my God. Oh my God. But I know one thing. All this, if it was just business as usual, the show would be good. But I got a feeling now this show's going to
be really good.
Yeah, because you've shaken them out of their comfort zone, and that's usually when the shit's gonna go down. Like, he'll get another guitar, and they'll probably all patch this up and be all good by tomorrow. Maybe not though. No, no, you don't say that, and you don't mimic him like that, and then think you could ever work for him. Like his post is basically putting out there to all other tours that he's available.
That's dope, dude. He's
go
gonna
to
throw
Instagram.
Down. That's a given. Like that.
Stories only stay up 24 hours, right? I know people are freezing this, and you got to click on the story to go to the whole post because the story's only 15 seconds, but the whole post is like 45 seconds, and you're like, holy shit! Like, this my main guy,
to find
Billy, and I've been thinking, oh man, they've been running hard for like show after show, and everything seems like you eventually hit the wall. Like his own songs tell him exactly what mess he's in. Like this is all part of hey, it's bluegrass.
He barely took a break for his wedding. Like he took like a day. He played at his wedding.
The wedding and all these things, dude. Hey, the worst thing is he's been on such a schedule that he might. For his own health, I hope this is what he chooses. But for everyone else that's been used to him playing like almost every night, yeah, he needs to take a break. Like, yeah, not tour for like 6 months or 8 months.
Right.
Just like be married. It's time. Like you earned it. Like people forget, even with the Grateful Dead, you know, they first broke up in 74 and said they were never playing together, and then they played in 75, like a couple shows, and then like they had their contentious shit too. Like
Right.
you can't stay a band and work that hard without like shit happening. But I love how the one guy's blaming the other guy's pot smoking for the guitar being broke.
Oh, it's too funny.
Yeah. Well, hey, somebody's going to end up with a job.
Sounds like a few people are ending up with a couple new jobs.
Yeah. Well, could you imagine being the guy? I mean, you'd have to know how to tune a guitar, and know a thing or two about maintaining guitars. But I know who that guy is. He's the guy that when Billy's done, he hands the guitar to, right? That's his guitar tech. Like that guy's job is basically just to
That's your right
guitar.
hand. That's his right hand.
That's a pretty good job.
And that guy can shred usually. That guy that he hands his guitar to.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That
like these
usually
guitar
that
techs
person
are players. A lot of them, you know,
is like beyond an expert about guitars and the sound and everything, all the tech and all the gear and everything. Yeah, well,
100%.
That's not the guy you want to have. Like, yeah, like if both these guys are fired and then you still got this show that isn't just the normal show. That's Billy Strings is promoting or putting on this bigger show with all these different artists, where the stage manager, that's a pretty important job. You don't just like replace
a very
anyone
important
with that.
job. But if
Yeah.
there's one person out there that could do it without a tech, it's a bluegrass picking.
Yeah.
A bluegrass picker. Like he's been doing that shit since he was a kid, you know, like banging guitars and still shredding, you know, like they can just play. They don't need all the bells and whistles necessarily. Where you give somebody like Billy all those bells and whistles, and it just takes him up to another level, you know, all those.
Well, and another thing, even what their whole tour, all these, is still like a tenth of the size of most any other band that plays their size shows. Like they have like 4 truck drivers. They have like very minimal amount of people.
Right.
Like, Dead and Company at the end when they took the staff picture at the last show, I think it was 185 people were the crew for that tour, which was much bigger and bigger venues, but still that's a bloated crew compared to, I think Billy has like 20 people. That's it. Like not even 20 people. He has the few sound guys, a couple light guys, a couple riggers, truck driver. Yeah, like such a minimal thing. Like that's the beauty of his whole thing is it's like slimmed down to like a real small
2
crew.
buses.
Yeah. And even why they have that many truck drivers is it's not that they have that many trucks. They drive shit.
Can't drive that long.
Yeah. And when you look at, because at the end of every stream, he plays like a scroll, like a movie credit, and that's the stat. And yeah, the last thing that comes up are the truckers, and there's 4 of them, and 3 of them have the same last name, so they're like brothers, or it might be a dad and his 2 sons. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. because that's probably the sweetest job of it
Haas,
all.
Haas, Haas.
Yeah, just being the truck driver. When I've been on tours around, yeah, those guys get paid good, and then all they got to do is get the truck from point A to point B. That's it.
Yep. I would take
Or the
that
bus.
job.
Or the bus
I
drivers.
just couldn't pass the drug test.
Yeah, well, that's a stress. Like, yeah, you have to be a good driver.
Put enough miles in. I think I am.
Most likely, even though it's a stony environment. Oh, the truck drivers, no, those guys, they don't party. They don't smoke weed. They might. Who knows what they do when they're off tour, but not when they're on tour.
No, because they've got to drive and you can get pulled over and piss tested driving your own vehicle and lose your job and everything else.
Yeah,
what the hell?
They have insurance on you and all this other stuff. Yeah. That's one of the reasons over the years I've had opportunity to work in, but yeah, no, it's not always. Like, I try to just go to shows where you can just party and you not have any responsibility. Like the few friends of mine that transferred and next thing you know, they work. Oh, they couldn't have fun and party anymore. It was like a job.
I've been a runner at a few festivals over the years. And yeah, it's fun and all. And it's cool getting to get backstage and behind the scene and whatever, but you got to be there. You got to work. You can't show up. You can, but it makes it tough. Like if you have to drive the car around or run somebody there or do some errand or something, you got to keep your head right.
I had the best job at a place in Ohio called Nelson's Ledges. And it's actually Nelson's Ledges Quarry Park. They're funny. Their .com is NLQP. So I keep on referring to it as Northern Lights Quarter Pound. Huh. But I was doing undercover security because we had a bunch of other drugs we didn't want there. You know, if you had pot, mushrooms, a couple other things were kind of looked over, but you know, you can't have people sitting down at the bottom of a tree on a pathway that everybody's using smoking meth. So my job was to get the dealers out of there because the easiest way to do that was, hey, you sell pot. Get these people out of here. Okay. So I can walk around at your festivals and sell my pot and kick people out. Okay, cool. So we actually gave you the option to surrender your drugs and have them burned and you could stay at the festival or you had to leave. And the cops were right outside. And if you're leaving our festival, you either got kicked out or you're going out to go get more drugs. Sorry, guys. Making lunch. Cereal.
Yeah. The Dead Scene, they didn't ever care. They didn't care what drugs were there. But you would have a hard time selling, no one would want to buy those type of drugs, so you wouldn't have much traction. But it was a free fall. Sometimes, there were errors that certain little things happened. A lot of it was there was a time for most of the 80s where the whole scene was run by cocaine. Yeah.
Make drugs, not war.
But that wasn't much different than speed, really. A bunch of people gacked out. you know.
Well, you
the
could
times
be
are
in
different.
downtown Cleveland. You could be in downtown Cleveland in an hour from this place. So it wasn't
I
far
never know
from the
if I'm-
Cleveland.
Dude, I'm too high for this. I don't even know if anybody can hear me.
We hear you.
Oh,
Yeah.
you do? All right, on. What up?
What have you? Are you smoking something that's making you so high? Which,
Yeah, I'm
is
smoking meth.
what?
I'm kidding.
Look at him. He's in outer space. He's
No, I've
fucking
been puffing. I've been puffing tough and laughing at myself over here. I'm spaceman. I'm spaceman 5'4". That's what I'm going by now. I'm gonna change my name. Spaceman 5'4".
folks,
Korkowski. Ryan changed his name. Why can't I?
right? I still call him Ryan.
Somehow,
What's up, Ryan?
like before I ever saw you or like even the chat, see to me, Poe is like a suit. So somehow,
I
like,
know,
I
isn't
said,
it?
J5
Yeah.
Poe. I thought you were like
Poe,
might be
Poe.
like a Poe soup enthusiast.
No. But I do it. But I do. And it's kind of like a nod to fish too. Like if you say it like an F, it'd be faux.
Yeah.
The only fish I know is dead fish.
Well, you know, I disagree. We'll agree to disagree.
Hey,
In fact, I might go. Well, I'm not gonna give it away. Never mind. I gotta make sure I'm gonna do my Halloween costume before I say it. So if I say
I
it,
just
then
throw a
absolutely have to
tie-dye
do it.
on, go out as a hippie.
Oh, that's too easy. I gotta come up with something from a song or something. And I think I got it. It's an easy one too.
Spaceman. You just said it.
Oh, I'm
Spaceman.
Oh no, that's just gonna be my handle on here. Spaceman 5'4". I hopped on Guerrero's show the other day when I got that that drying rack or whatever. And I was all fired up that day for some reason. And I went on as my name was FK Big D Police.
Yeah, I was like, who the hell is this? And it was you. Like, dang, it's just to show a rack. He's angry.
What? And I stand by it.
Man.
Yeah, dude, I gotta get out of here. I gotta go to bed.
That was awesome.
Yo, Buddy Kilowatt. Peace out. Yo, D, wake up.
No, I'm here. I've been here the whole
What
time.
up, D?
Thanks for coming hanging out, J5.
I should quit yelling. It probably does come across like yelling too, huh?
Hey, take it easy.
Yo,
I'm gonna head out too.
Dr.
It's midnight.
Cap, Mr. Green Fingers.
It was a good night, everyone. Cheers.
So,
Take care,
Peace
guys.
out.
Night.
Peace out. Bud.
yeah.
There, Jeff.
Jeff.
Man, it was starting to get cold in that shop.
Green Fingers, what's happening out your way?
Not much. Just waiting. I don't know what I'm waiting for. I just said that.
Well,
Hey,
we're all
hey,
waiting.
Bud. Yeah, that was my question. Since we're all waiting, how they looking? They starting to gain size and bud structure. Now that's getting near the end.
I seen my plants on Thursday. I'm thinking of maybe tonight. No, I'm not ready tonight. Tomorrow. I've been in recovery.
Okay.
But
All right.
everything's humming along. Jody's taking care of it.
Yeah, I didn't know if you walked down or not.
No, today was the first time I got up, got in my car, and went to town around 5 or 6. And all right, it wasn't that bad, but I still need a few more days. Yeah. But no, I'll start getting with it slowly but surely. At least have a observation, check things out. Might not work. I don't know about bending down. Like one thing is, yeah, a lot of the things in the grow you take for granted, like
It's all
water,
torso work.
moving yeah, which is okay, but no, I'm glued back together.
Even taking leaves off of a plant, the way that you move, it's all that you're moving your torso. So
Yeah, that's what I realized with arm things, that most of the time you just really think, oh, my arm's tired, I've been doing the same. No, but it's anytime you're doing, the core right here, your core. I'm not a workout guy, so I don't know about muscles and all that shit, but this last few months of having the hernia, now having the surgery, the simple thing, your core is like big. It involves everything.
Literally.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. But when, until I had hernia, I never, my back went out a couple times in my life. That was nothing nice, but yeah.
no.
Lemon Fire OG times runs. You guys heard of it? There's no name to it.
No.
Lemon Fire OG times runs. I wish I could find that because I would grow the hell out of that. That's the name. Damn.
Yeah, it's like, even if someone of my friends have it, I'm not even interested in it. I've came to a conclusion a few years now that I don't like citrus. I don't like lemon, lime, orange.
Oh, this isn't.
Not
Okay.
that
Yeah.
they smell
This
good
doesn't have any
and
lemon at all.
they taste kind of good, but
This is no lemon.
more times than not, it's not the
I don't
high
like the
that
high.
I get. I don't get the kind of high that I like. And
No.
then sometimes I get a high I'm like, oh, I don't like that at all. And then
No,
I
like jittery.
or
Fire,
just
bro.
like more in my head. I don't know. It's not a sense
I
of
get
well-being.
irritated really easy.
And then I kind of
Really?
came to the conclusion that it's that not all that the orange terps are all the same, but the majority of them are. It's not my bag. Not dabs of it, no, I don't like those anymore. I smoked my fair share of them and grew a bunch of them over the years, but no, I don't like those anymore. I personally don't like those anymore.
There's no lemon on it, so it smells like a sherb, like the sherb. Just smells like the sherb, really. Whatever they did to cross it, make whatever Lemon Fire OG times the runs.
I think,
dope, though.
like in my general way of description, what strains I like are the earthy ones.
All right. Oh yeah.
Like that general kind. Earthy,
Well,
stony, OGs or indicas that are cushy. Cushy's kind of earthy to me. That's what I prefer.
In that sour diesel that I gave you, you're going to pick up some citrus, but it's not going to be too bad unless it's totally leaning that way. If you get lucky and you get the ones that have the burnt rubber terpene to them, Those
what
are
I
the
like.
ones that I like the best. Those seem to give me like a 2 to 3 hour high. And it's
Yeah,
a
like those,
happy high, but you can be couch locked if you're not up doing something.
like sometimes I would grow all kinds of things, but if I had to like really what I'm looking for or what I like, yeah, that's like the gassy, the earthy, cushy. That's it. Not the fruity, not the candy. I mean, no, the candy I don't like. Oh, you can't
Well,
beat it
that
in a dab, but like I always think of if there was like 25 killer turkey bags on a table and you were and it had all these varieties, all the 25 really good ones. Yeah, I wouldn't I would pass on the candies and the citruses and the and head more toward the earthy, gassy cushies. Yeah. That's my if I had to like pick what I ultimately and
that's
dang,
basically everything I'm popping. And if it's a free strain, it's probably got gas or earth terps with an Afghani thrown in there. That's all I'm growing, except for 10 packs I am growing for production because they want them here. Got to pay for the play seeds anyway game. So a little bit of production and a whole lot of seeds.
Trying to find something special. That OG that you gave me, bud, the Banana God OG. That's like probably the most special thing that I found. And one of Bones, um, Roach's Quimbus. Those two are totally different, opposite of just so different that I like them both. Like I could smoke those two if I just had like an island situation, one of those desert island shits. If I had two strains to pick, I'd pick those two probably because they're so different and like they're just so heavy. I don't like heavy weed, but if
well
I'm stuck,
wait, what about the Mendo one? You can't
that
leave
one's
that
good, but
out.
it's not. It's just not one of those ones that like are so different because it's like funky and fruity, but at the same time, it's still coming into itself, so I can't judge it yet. The other ones are almost finished. This one's still changing.
Yeah.
That menu changes so much every day. Like it's like it was fucking melon for a day, changed to strawberries. Now it's something different. Tomorrow I don't know what it's gonna be. So I'm like, just stay the same for fucking 2 days in a row. So I could say what you smell like to somebody instead of me changing it every day. So it's going through like its thing. It's got so much flavor and notes. It doesn't know what it wants to be. It's like some crazy papaya, strawberry, melon, fucking. It's just like it's crazy. I don't know. It doesn't want to stay one thing yet. So that's really complicated. Because outdoors, it's like so different. It's like yeah, than the indoor one. It's so different than the outdoor ones.
Well,
So
that's usually the case. Yeah.
yeah, the indoor one's so
Yeah.
beefy, bulky, and strong and monster, and all the other ones outside are just like the same, but they're just like little open structure and they're more freaking fruity. They got all fruit, like some super melon, rotten, freaking papaya, like a Mexican papaya. It's totally fucking. It's got a rotten smell to it already, but it's like covered with Skittles, like just fucking sweet on the back end. So it's like what the fuck, dude? Like it's so funky and then it's like fruit, like all at the back, just kicks you right in the back. Like, holy shit! It smells really dope. It's probably like the best plant I have out there. But I didn't grow the OG one this time. That's why I'm saying like the ones I want to open up, the ones that like I did notice from the last smoke. Now that I'm going through the last of the tote, it's the OG. It's just like so freaking maple and brown sugar, and that's just kind of like a unique flavor for me in cannabis. It's really the first time I ever smelled it. So, and then just looked into it and I found all kinds of different flavors, like that kind of got that flavor from kind of the same stuff from Bloom. So Bloom has some of that maple in his stuff. Got 2 or 3 maples. I'm not sure if they smell like maple. They're just called maple. So, but that one came out super maple. I like it. Super dope. It's heavy OG. maple. It's great.
If anybody's got any of those maple leaf indica seeds, they can pass them on my way.
I've only heard of that.
Yep. That was a long time ago. I should have grabbed them.
Captain, or not the captain.
I admit, like, cause like now we're in like a total hybrid era. I mean, you can still, there's still, but like I miss like the more fat leaf pure indicas. Like,
I got a heavier indica finally, the grape from Bog. So like that's got the purple indica times his boggle gum, or I'm not sure what it is right now. Kush. I'm not sure. I'm high.
yeah, I remember Bob.
So yeah, I got one of his packs, 13, all 4 pops, but one's kind of like missing the top somehow, but it's still got the top there. It's weird. It's like a mutant, completely mutant. So it doesn't look like it's gonna make it though. Like, what the hell's wrong with this one? It's still there, but it's not there. It's like about one little leaf going out the top. It was weird.
Out of my shit, you're going to get 2 different sides. You're going to get the fat leaf and you're going to get a thin leaf side. If not, you're just going to get fat leaf and that's it. Why breed outside of what I like?
Of course.
There's not enough time to breed for everybody. I'm gonna breed for the highs that I like. Because Bud likes the same highs I do.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't change my flavor for, I'm just looking for a flavor finally to resonate. Everything just OG, Fruity Pebble OG was probably the best thing that like the most flavorful thing that I grew like in the past 4 years.
I've heard about Fruity Pebble OG a few times. I don't think I've smoked it or seen it, but
yeah, I grew super small buds. So like these buds were like smaller than my pinky, like nail. Like, but it was like the best fucking flavorful thing I've ever fucking smoked in my life too, which pissed me off because I wish like.
Well, I mean, over all the years, I never really found the super dankest thing that was the highest yielder. That they usually not that way. Like, yeah.
I think it was placement of the garden and the placement of the garden and the season, and it wasn't ready for that outdoor weather. It just wasn't ready for 130-degree weather, and it had a short season because we put them out there like at the 4th of July. And that's not working from plants that were inside to outside. So we transplanted them from inside to move them out to the outside and tried to harden them off underneath the shade for like a week. That still didn't want to work. We transplanted them and yeah, they didn't really work. But I wish I had them in because I would do them inside. I didn't have inside set up. We were moving them from the tent in the garage into the outside to the, because they just finished building it after 2 months after I got here. The greenhouse was finished being built. Well, wasn't complete either. They never finished put the vents in or nothing. So that's still stuff like me and my brother are trying to do now. Just trying to save some money to get it all done. But not like, it's not that hard. It's just doing it.
Wouldn't with that amount of heat, it might be if you switch the cover to shade cloth that instead of like green
yeah, so
plastic, because like that's just gonna magnify the heat, like the strong sun when it's plastic, where shade cloth just kind of breathes.
The plastic does, but it doesn't at the same time. If I cut off the bottom 4 feet, but I also need it, so like I just roll it up, roll the bottom 3 or 4 feet up, and then since I have big holes in one side, it's kind of like half and half. So it's like missing like 4 or 5 feet, maybe like 7 feet of plastic going out on one end, and those plants are the most fruity ones out of all of them. The other ones are funky. So like whatever ones get the sun and just the shade get more fruity. The ones that get the plastic covering seem to be all funk. But it could be the strains, but like I don't think so. I think that sun shade. I don't know. Stuff's turning off fruity. Super.
Now, what's your temperature range lately? It's not so hot now, right?
Yeah, I don't want to lie and say it's this to this because I'll be fucking.
But you're
lying.
still in 100 degrees some days?
It was almost. I really have to check. It's 68 right now, but it's not turning on. Well, there it goes. Jesus Christ. 60. So what was it this morning? It only got to 87.
All right, well, that's pretty mild out there, right?
Yeah, the day before was 97, which so it started to cool off on me, which it was crazy. I was like 100-degree weather when my mom came to visit. Like the day before, like totally fucking windy windstorm. Like just so that's why I need the plastic because the dirt and the windstorm. So like if I didn't have the plastic, those plants would have got wrecked during that hurricane. Like jumped in I jumped in there and only that corner was being wrecked because that's where the hole is. Those plants were totally laid down. Those plants are the strongest and the best smelling ones now too. The Mendo was over there. All the Mendo banana all of them got pushed over and rocked. That's how I lost I had like 30 of them, maybe 25. I don't want to lie. So like almost all those got ripped out, but maybe like 6, 7. They all just got shredded and just destroyed. That broke my freaking. Yeah, I destroyed it. I was like, damn, dude, I was waiting for all of that. All the different flavor, trying to see how much variety. But I still got, like I said, 6 good ones that lasted. That's 30 more seeds of those I gotta pop. But those OG ones, like I said, I want to open those up. If I find any more of those cool flavors like the brown sugar and that heavy molasses flavor. I don't even use molasses in my garden. And I was like, why do I smell molasses? And it turned to coffee, from molasses to coffee to finally it's like brown sugar and just straight fucking like maple, like brown sugar or maple, like one of those oat mills. I guess that's where I would put it at the most. It smells like one of those oat mills, the brown sugar maple oat mill. It's just like one of those. Crazy. So unique. You can only smoke it so much because you'll just smoke it all away. It's all gone. Like I looked on the tray, it was all gone. I was like, damn, I put a lot of weed out. Like more than 2/8. Like 1/8, and I had to go back for another 8. I'm like, damn, I'm 2/8 of the shit right now, bro. Found like 4 seeds and I put them in the pot. So it's like found 4 of those big old seeds in that shit. Banana God, OG. Yeah. Double it. Banana God. Last season.
Well, Banana God is Masonics work.
Yeah.
That's actually what won Ego Clash last year in Brazil was.
He gave me
Banana
a bag
God.
of those, and he gave me a bag of. He gave me so much good shit from Masonic that, yeah. I gotta open up those 2. I tried 2 of them. Then I tried 2 of them outdoors, and the 2 is so sick. That one's sick. That one's sick. Crazy badass plant. Yeah, I was impressed with that one. I was like, dang, I need to pop more of them now. Like, just I'm narrowing it down to what I want to pop, like outside. Give those because I only got so much soil, so I can't like overdo it. I can only put like maybe 7 nice plants, and not like just like in each spot. I don't have only 2 4x8s or whatever, 2 4x8s and 1 little 4x2 or some shit, 2x4. So yeah, I have no soil. Like that's the part that's killing me. A 130 gallon, 230 gallons. I need a couple yards of soil. Build that sucker up. Get a couple of thousand plants going. That's the dream. The American dream. Tell you.
American dream would finally get paid off of some of this shit.
Dude, I would make the all seed out of that too. That's my problem. And I wouldn't be able to smoke shit. I just turn on the hash because I don't care. I'll smoke the hash. Let me get the seeds out and turn it into hash. Give me 2 extra days. That's all it takes. That's all it takes.
Well, I'm actually went out and contacted PBS Limited, and I've got a bunch of whole plant bags coming, so I can put that and branches also into the bags and collect all the pollen, so I don't have to worry about it. So since I'm doing it that way, and I'll be able to just basically paint the pollen on, I'll be able to still have flower. Hopefully I'll have flower in 85 days from the, I've got 1 pack of night owl seeds and a couple other auto flowers, but hopefully within that 85 days that all the packs seem to say I'll have flower. It's not going to be great, but at least I don't have to pay for it. And that's why we all grow, right? So we don't have to pay for our weed.
Yeah.
I couldn't afford my weed habit.
I mean, no, I couldn't either.
Yeah, I for a long time, I don't even want to figure out like the monetary value of like, it just comes with the job. So, but yeah, I don't have to trip on like that I smoke, whatever. Last few days, today I'm getting back up there. Let's see, I can tell you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then one of them's still like a half. So like I today, and I woke up around 10. So it's been like 13 and a half hours. I smoked 6 joints, 5 and a half, 6 joints. And they're only maybe a gram or so each or something, only 1 1/4, but good size for myself. Yeah, I guess every day around that, it adds up. Doesn't seem like that bad per day, but then if you look at it per week, per month, annually, then you're like, wow, I could, if I just sold that or whatever, didn't consume it, well, I would have X amount of dollars instead.
Right. Sure.
But no, no. And in this weird way, like, yeah, 99% of what I smoke is what we grow or I grow. I'm like even though it's not like some of it's the same strain, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th batch. I'm like my quality control. Like, yeah, I know. Well, I don't always portray, oh, this batch came out. Like even in this last run, we did grape gas, apples, bananas, and cheetah piss. Cheetah piss came out like really good. It's like the look, the crustiness, the size of the buds, the way it breaks up. Not that the other ones came out that bad, but we've done better with those ones. But the cheetah piss came out really. I've been like kind of holding it back. Because like, I've done business long enough to know if you come out with like your best stuff, then they'll be asking for more of that when there's not. And so you got to go like, yeah, hold back the best stuff. Oh, there's another batch right behind it. So it's just, it doesn't really matter. Well, no, it does matter. I ultimately I know one thing with customer base is when it's like super fire, it accelerates everything. Like as simple as that. Like they move it faster and like everything happens like, oh, when it's fire, that's what that term means. Right? Like, yeah, it's like a forest fire, man. It's just start fucking putting out acreage and then it's gone. It burned up everything. Right? Like, cause I don't think like really true fire weed, people don't even say they can't, they want, wish they could save some, but like when you have really good shit, you just smoke it and you smoke more of it because you have it. That's just consumer. That's like, you know, other products don't have that advantage. Like a gallon of milk, pretty much a gallon of milk every time. It's like, oh, that milk was really good. This one
Oh
not so
hell
good.
no! There's some good milk, bro. There's
Well,
milk
yeah,
against
but
the
even if
best.
you buy the organic milk, it's
Yeah, yes,
like
it's fine.
you know what I mean. Most products that we go to the
I've
grocery
never
store, at
seen.
least,
They're all
pretty
the same.
much the same. Yeah,
Everything.
it's
It's a
not
different
like
label.
wow, last month's fucking ice cream was better than this month's ice cream. Nah, but weed, it is that way. I think a lot of what commercial growers, why they get a reputation for like less quality, mid level quality, is because yeah, basically yeah, they would rather hit that consistently than be kind of all over the map. And I don't like from trying to grow the best weed I can for a lot of time. Yeah, it's not all, it's elusive sometimes. You know what I mean? Where they want to have SOPs and have everything like controlled. Um, yeah, that super fire is more like it's just like music. I equate it to music, like jazz or Grateful Dead, where it's improvised music or someone playing like a set rehearsed song. No matter how many years they play that set rehearsed song, that's all it is. But when people play improvised music, well, some nights are pretty mediocre, but then oh, there's the nights that are like phenomenal and like extra better shit comes out of nowhere. Well, that's how weed is too. That's my experience. I keep it that way because like I know we're in an era of SOPs, and I guess you could like go, all right, well, what's the and stick to this. Yeah, I don't like. Yeah, it'd be hard to like make those SOPs for like super fire weed, like the batch that you thrive for. And I maybe some people, and over the years, oh, I used to be much younger and like more anal and more driven and worked harder and than I do now, and that's all part of it too. And that's hard to maintain. Like I think if I stayed that way, I couldn't be here 34 years later. Like like I remember when I had to stop taking it so seriously. That was a long time ago where I realized, yeah, I take this too seriously. It's just growing weed. It's not fucking brain. It's not that big of a deal, you know.
Right.
And there's ups and downs in all rounds.
Yeah, it is a fun. I mean, put some water
And
on it.
that takes the pressure off yourself. Because I can remember when I was, yeah, I'd have like a batch that wasn't as good, or had a technical problem, or had bugs, so many different things over the years. Oh man, it would be like a whole, I'd be in a bummer. And normally, oh, it wasn't like it took to harvest for me to realize that. I like usually like halfway through a cycle, kind of already saw, oh yeah, this happened or that, or whatever. But still had to just follow through, you know, and hope for a better one. Like that's why I like being like super perpetual. Cause like, even if it is, oh, well, the next trade's done in a week and the one after that's a week later.
I'm just counting on the days for that sour D, man. Star-crossed. I want to see which one you got, man.
Which one is it? Sour
The
D.
Death
Death
Star.
Star. I gave him the Death Star.
What's the cross?
Yeah.
We
Sour D. Sour
Death
Jelly.
Star.
Yep. And it was the sour diesel that was the male.
Okay. That's sick.
So
Yeah.
I'm getting ready to get those underway. We're almost done making sure that the sour diesel, the females that we had weren't herming out, and found a few that were. So we pulled those, and all the Sensi stars look beautiful. Found an awesome male. It's not the tallest one, it's not the shortest one, it's kind of right in the middle, but nice thick branches to hold up the buds. It's got a little bit of a citrus smell, but it's not bad, and that's okay from that plant, because when it finishes out, it's more funk and gas than anything else. And I think that's where you pull up a little bit of the burnt rubber terp from. But we got that crossed. We took the Sensi Star in Ohio and crossed it with the Bubba. And I just texted my friend, hey, send me those seeds ASAP so I can put them with the Star Dog. Because he also did the Afghani mango from Ohio times the Sensi Star too. And he says that one is just beautiful. I'm thinking about this trip, you know, we're talking about trips, and I'm texting my friend and I'm like, you know, right after you come here, I'm leaving because he made a post about weed in Vietnam, and the Delta weed is like the best weed in Vietnam. And I'm like, well, after you leave, I've got to set up totally an automated system for all these plants, because I've got to leave for 2 weeks. And I've got to have these plants all taken care of. So I'm going to have like 700 little drip emitter tubes running. I've got the 250-gallon tank, so I'm okay there. That was actually cheap as shit here. I thought that was going to cost me a lot of money. That ended up costing me like $100.
Brand new?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure that's
That's what I said.
A plastic water container.
Yeah, big blue one.
I'm pretty sure there would be a lot more money new here. You probably find some used ones if you looked around, but brand new, I think it would cost triple that or more.
You have to understand, if I take you around, everybody is gonna have one like that or a metal one at their house or their apartment building. They're all over here.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of the good farmers, they actually take them and they'll make a cement box, and they'll put them in the cement box and put them underneath the ground, because above the ground the water evaporates.
And then what, they collect water to fill it?
No, they fill it out of their filtration systems.
But it's not illegal to collect water there.
No.
Here, I'm pretty sure in a lot, like some urban areas, different areas, they make it illegal. You can't, like, you're not allowed to collect your rainwater and roof water. You think that's like stupid, but some of it, I guess, is because then people would have tanks, and then safety of that.
Then
or
they
the
wouldn't
health-
make all the money off the
Yeah,
water bottles.
But it seems like, well, if you had even a small house and you put a barrel or two and collected the rainwater, and even just used it to water your outdoor house plants, whatever, you wash your dog with it or anything. But no,
Well, that's the
I've heard,
thing.
like a lot of
You
cities,
guys-
it's pretty common that, not just in California and other places too, that somehow they figure out a way to ban that or make that, yeah, you get fined if you do that.
But then you also get fined if you water your grass during a certain
Yeah.
hours or certain
Yeah.
days, but you can't collect your rainwater to
Yeah, that
water
seems
your
pretty-
house plants. Yeah.
Like one of those things that is just too stupid to, like, why, what?
That's
And then even like, yeah, if
why
you
it's California.
went down the rabbit hole and figured out what the two sides of it are and the reason that it, yeah, that's even more disgusting.
It all leads to money,
Yeah.
or a bunch of people saying, we don't want to see all these blue and black barrels around people's houses and their property. It looks terrible.
Well, even this thing in the San Joaquin Valley, mainly controlled by the Resnicks and their massive farm operations. There's these cities right off the Highway 5. You see the high names, but those are like immigrant farm work communities, right? Where they give all the water that's good drinking water. It's the best water you can get off the aqueduct that they use for all the farming, surrounded where these people work and live. But then the water that comes through their pipes, this is the place where they show it catch on fire and all this crazy shit. And so then part of the city system is that the people have tanks in their house or in their front yard, and the city comes every couple days and fills up water, because all the different things they've done with the wells and messing up the groundwater, and like even some of these places are like have sunk like good amounts, like feet, because they took the groundwater out of the thing, and so the ground sunk.
Aquifer.
Yeah, all this dirty water politics, but yeah, the people that work on the farms, the water is so toxic in their houses and in the system that yeah, they have to have water brought to them in tanks. And yeah, it's this whole like, and the reason for that and the cost of that, and even if you just use it to flush your toilet, it's like it ruins the It's the shit, like they fucked up the water so bad there in the best place ever, the farm area. But yeah, that's why they have to have it all piped in the aqueduct, because they ruined the water table.
Yeah, they did that here a lot to a lot of property here in Thailand. The land, I could have worked with it, but the stream running past that I would have been taking water out of, couldn't do it. All the runoff from everybody upstream and their pesticides and heavy metals, the water wasn't right. I thought it would
Yeah,
have
well,
arsenic in it.
yeah. I mean, it must be 6 years ago when I watched this documentary called "The Greatest Theft of the Water and Power of California," and it dates back like from the beginning of the foundation of California and the politics and different eras with power and water. Okay. But the ends with this guy who somehow through luck, meaning in the Reagan era, he had all this money that he made from the thing called Franklin Mint, which was like a TV ad coin. No, they had their paws in a lot of shit, basically semi-scam. But the Resnick, Stuart Resnick and his crazy wife, who are in their 90s, are like the top billionaire list in the whole planet, right? Quietly, mainly because of what I'm going to tell you he does. So at the time, buying land was like an option to save on taxes. And when this land, the east part of the San Joaquin Valley, was like pennies on the acre, because it kind of is an oil field. It's over by Bakersfield. Like over the decades of going up and down the San Joaquin Valley, most of the real farms and production were in central to north part of the San Joaquin Valley,
Yeah,
not the east-south part, right? But over the last 20 years or so, the pomegranates for that drink he sells called Palm, that's like super expensive pomegranate juice, he completely dominates in no matter what almond milk you buy, it is controlled by him and his almond groves in the San Joaquin Valley. He also owns Fiji Water. There's a company called the Wonderful Company, right? That's one of the most in agriculture, one of the most profitable, biggest companies. I'm leaving out a couple other products that he dominates. All these products are not water-wise crops to grow. Okay, almonds, like for each almond takes X amount. When you drive by and they're watering that area, they flood it like a lake where all the trees are. Like it's this massive amount of water to grow almonds. And what's the other thing he does? And he controls all the shit to where over the years, why his land in this area is so valuable now is because it has the deepest aquifer in the whole San Joaquin Valley, and whoever can go deepest can pull the more water and
take everybody's.
Right. So he has control of the deepest aquifer. And what he's really managed to do is privatize water, right? Because when the water is plentiful and it's flowing in the aqueduct, he's using a huge amount of it. When it's not, he empties out at that time of year his own aquifer, this massive amount of water, which is basically like a huge holding tank underwater. Because then when the water's the cheapest from the aqueduct, he purchases huge, tremendous amounts of water and fills his aquifer back up And in the summertime, he sells that water to LA County at like a profit. Well, like in the laws of water, no, that it's a resource. It's not supposed to be profited like that. But this guy's figured out a way to make money to the point where it's more profitable for the farmers up north of him to sell him water,
Not grow.
and not grow. So a lot of the farmland that used to been grown, corn, different things, isn't being cultivated and right next to the aquifer, for years I've seen it, there's this like above land pipe, right? Turns out that's Resnick's pipe that he put in. But like some of the gripe is that he's technically on land that's like he doesn't pay to have his pipe on this land. And the purpose of that pipe is to move water from Northern Cal down to waste it on his almonds. Wait, there's one other crop he grows and controls, right? It's this huge empire, wonderful company. Yeah, he's so old, you're like, wow, is that guy even alive anymore? But him and his crazy wife are like maybe in the top 15. All right, they're up there in American billionaires, quietly. Like most people have never heard of them, right? And it starts with the Franklin Mint money, which is tainted to begin with, and then ends up like basically being one of the strongholds in agriculture, and is as corrupt as they can be. And the people that he employs and lives in all these towns, oh my God, they're beyond slave. It's the most wretched conditions. And somehow he has everything paid off, and at his level, the Border Patrol don't raid his shanty towns that are so bad because he needs all these people to work. True immigrant workers going down, like encampments, or no, they live in houses, like these shanty houses that have been there since the 50s. It's a whole. So anytime I can ever speak, because money speaks, right? Any time, like even that I told Matt, he manages Bob Weir, because 2 or 3 years ago on stage at Dead and Company, they all drank Fiji water. Like, yeah, I used to maybe drink that. It was pretty good water. It was more expensive, but Fiji water is one of Wonderful's companies, right? Palm juice, almond milk,
It's probably San Joaquin water.
Yeah, well, yeah, because I sent the dude the link and the stories. You can fucking type this guy Resnick in. You can go down the rabbit hole yourself. Oh, at first you'll read his Wikipedia, you think he's this great American fucking entrepreneur that did all this shit, but there's another side to it. Yeah, but people still buy that almond milk. That's like another example of this conglomerate. He only owns whatever brand of almond milk, but because he grows the most almonds or whatever, has market share of almonds, he basically controls the price of almond milk. Even that a lot of the things they say about almond milk isn't even true. He just made them up.
Sell product.
Yeah, he has like all of his products have these like super healthy. He targets like this certain market. Oh, I'm leaving out one of his other big products. Even the fact that they say that this guy is partially one of the people contributed to having some control of the whole issue, the bee collapse, because all of his crops, he hires more pollinator bees than any other farm in the United States. And and the way that works is he could have some from Arkansas, some from Massachusetts, some from Illinois, some from Michigan, people that pollinate, they come from all over the country. They have bee populations, and then they get paid to bring it to people's acreage and pollinate. And then when that happens, all within miles of each other, right? That you have different bees from different parts of the country, and they've proven, or they show science, or study that a few bees from X, Y, and Z will go home with other populations from other areas. And yeah, bees all carry different viruses and their own,
Pathogens.
all this stuff, like that's like one of the contributing factors, that mixing of the bees. And that most of those people that are now what they call bee pollinators, the generational business, they used to be honey producers, except that China, basically, with this fake ass honey and this whole thing they do, and even that they basically, the honey comes from China, but they use other small countries as like the import export. I don't. They
Thailand
they control the honey
exports a lot
business
of honey.
to a point that it's not profitable for like at scale honey producing to be done in the United States. So those people converted their businesses into pollination, which is like the only way to make, still be in the bee business at scale. And yeah,
There-
that's contributing to the collapse of bees because of mixed populations. And,
Over
that seems to
here.
make sense. I've read butterflies for 25 years. We had the same thing within the monarch population, like where butterflies from certain regions couldn't be mixed with other ones because they had pathogens or different viruses and things that are regional.
Over here, we actually, the honey that we have small batch craft honey producers, and the honeybees come from this certain farm, and this certain farm produces these type flowers. And it's really big over here. And to look at the honey rack and actually be able to see like 12 different types of honey. You have your forest honey, you have this type of flowered farm honey, and it just goes on. But that's the only way to do it. And that's the only way to do cannabis.
When we had our fruit stand business, a fruit place for like 20 years, one of our main sellers was honey, but we were just a reseller for this operation. It was a husband and wife and his kids called Temecula Valley Honey. And they had like 4 or 5 varieties, like eucalyptus honey. And there was, a few other like plant or flowers, wildflower honey. And they were all different and had different tastes. Now the cannabis is so popular, even hemp. Like, wouldn't a really popular honey come off of like cannabis? And if we have all these flavors that we create in cannabis, wouldn't that also be like if you grew a certain strain that had the bees? Because the way those honeys are made is the bees live and pollinate on those plants. That's how the honey tastes like that, right? Next thing you know, we had like a honey that was like cannabis, but it was like Kush, or we had an OG honey, or even a Runts honey or whatever. Because wouldn't that be how that would work? Because like the way I understand it, like if the bees are raised in a certain plant, I'm forgetting some of the
honey
names,
comes out,
popular ones, but there's the different honeys. Yeah, that's them transferring the honey from the bee, from the nectar of those plants, right?
I went to
And the pollen.
strawberry one. I
Yeah,
went to strawberry one.
or even if we couldn't get the flavor, we could at least have like cannabis honey. Like I'm sure that if you had the right plants and exposure to the right amount of bees, then the honey that would be made from that would be
I
cannabis
would
honey.
really, I'd really like to see some of the bee hives or the combs that some of the bees over here go back to, because I'm looking at bees that are like a half an inch to 3/4 of an inch wide and like an inch and a half, 2 inches long. These things are huge. And I think
Oh,
the,
shit.
Well,
the
I mean,
comb
isn't
would
it
just be
that
so big.
Oh,
I
shit.
never really saw one except on TV or whatever. But
Nice.
don't we have the thing where we have the killer bees, and that's like some Asian bee
Yeah,
that
that
got
came.
over here,
That's the Wu-Tang Clan.
and that
Well,
thing's
I
like
thought it,
big, like compared to the regular honeybee. This thing's like massively bigger. The killer bees, like I remember when that was a big thing. They showed like
out of
close-ups of it,
Mexico.
and it's
They
like,
came out
oh,
of,
there's no question that that's not a nice bee. Like its whole compared to like a regular honeybee that looks pretty, like pretty actually, right? Or like a bee's like fucking killer looking. Oh, those killer bees are like, yeah, they're definitely killers. Like they look like a fucking fighter jet.
those are more, yeah, they're more like yellow jackets for those bees. And they actually
I know.
first came out of South America.
Yeah, we get
But,
them in here all the
eventually,
time.
like everything now, like most of the rivers are populated by snakehead fish because
Okay,
they're
but so
carnivores
you remember
and
so many years ago
they eat other fish.
that was like a big story and seems like a scare thing, the killer bees, and there was numerous stories for a few years. And then I haven't
This
heard anything
fish is no shit though.
I haven't heard anything about the killer bees in a long time. Remember,
We
they
used
were
to,
like, they were even going to attack us, right? They were going to swarm and attack us.
we used to get
When
them
we
in the
fig-
Capella Valley all the time. Like on the golf courses, we'd get called out. We just leave because we're gonna go service a golf cart. No, we're gonna turn around, let those guys go get the bees. We'd see the truck come in. They'd have a big bee on the side, and just a guy in a suit, and he'd go vacuum them all up. Just vacuuming them. Then he'd take
Yeah.
off. And we fucking just watch from afar, like really far. Like we are not getting out of this truck. That's what we'd have to service the golf carts too, like right where the bees always would go, like right at the cart barn, because it's just a cold area and it's
Well,
a wooden box
a
in the middle of
lot
the
of
fucking
them, a lot of them are actually underground. So what these companies do is they use like a big suction, a big vacuum, and they find where the holes are and they plug up a few and they start smoking them. And instead of just putting it like the hose right down in there and trying to suck them out, they let the hose on the side of the hole. So when they think, okay, we can now fly off, when they go to fly off, they can get every bee coming out of there. None of them escape.
Oh man, that sounds sad and brutal. Poor bees. Oh,
No, they don't get. A lot of them don't. They don't die when they get vacuumed up. They just get to another compartment, and then they get relocated.
And
A
then
lot of the times, yeah.
take them away.
Sometimes they'll kill them if they're killer bees, and no one to relocate them that's safe. Like, that's just like get attacked by those
well,
suckers.
even though Sabrina's whole life was monarch butterflies and the monarch program and her whole thing with that, oh, she was like about the bees too, like the whole time, 20 some years. Like Yeah,
Yeah, but those bees don't like, hurt you. They don't come out to sting you deliberately like the other ones.
well, no, my neighbor below me, which is down the bottom of the hill, they have whatever acres, not maybe about 5. But over the last few years, I don't know how many boxes they come and go because they put them out on jobs. But I think thousands. They have the whole they built up this whole thing,
Yeah,
and
I've seen all those.
first couple years, yeah, I couldn't leave dog bowl water out, even if we watered the plants in the side holes. Anywhere there was water, the bees would go crazy. And I was more worried my dogs like getting stung in the mouth or my dogs getting stung. They were a nuisance to me. A couple of friends like got a little freaked out. I think one person got stung, but there was like a lot of bees. And yeah, and then it's going on over a year. He bought big steel horse, like 200-gallon horse trough for feeding horses water. That's where people usually use those things, and put them on the property, fill with water. And yeah, now the bees, a couple of them come around every once in a while, but like, yeah, that's when I realized I remember talking on here about it. Like, if you're a person raising bees, it's like it would be like if you had a bunch of dogs and didn't give them water, and then were wondering why they were going to the neighbor's house and eating the hose to get water or something.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's your responsibility, even though, bees will fly. Like, there's a little lake, a man-made lake called Ross Lake, less than a mile from here. It's pretty big. Oh, I'm sure the bees went there too to get water every day too, and brought it back or did whatever they need to do to survive. But now they got water. So I learned that. I never went and confronted him or said anything. I thought about it because even before he put the water there, I realized, these bees are searching for water. It's like it was so obvious. Even if there was moisture in a potted plant, they would hive onto it. Like anywhere there was moisture.
Yeah. There was still a lot of water from my sister's pool where they drained it because they get
Yeah.
3 feet during the summer and they'd be like, no.
Well, when I grew up, we had a pool and bees used to come in the pool pouring water, and sometimes they get stuck. You'd have to net them out.
Yeah, you'd have to get them out. Wasp would never get stuck though, but the bees always would get stuck. Like,
Yeah.
Fucking bees, let me help you. Wasp, they just fly off. All right.
And some people, I'm not one, but some people are like super allergic to bees, like one bee sting and they need to go to the hospital and have it. Or some people carry around, what's it called? An EpiPen.
EpiPen.
Yeah, because if they get stung by a bee, they're fucked.
Yeah.
That's right, P5. Well, I think on that note, we're going to call the end of the show.
All righty. Well, have you heard from Fumi? I was hoping he'd show up. It's been.
No, he's doing good. He's still
All
stuck
right.
in Israel.
Yeah.
Bud Solo, you want to go first?
Yeah, we'll see you guys. It was good chatting with y'all. Have a good Wednesday.
Right on, Bud. You too.
Peace, bud. Hope you feel better.
Yeah, feel
thank
better,
you.
Bud.
Thank you.
Captain?
Thanks again, D. Robert, it was good seeing you. Everybody out in chat. Jane, thanks for joining us. Fumi, hopefully you'll be joining us soon here again, safely someplace. And stay safe, stay stoned, and stay out of trouble.
All right, on.
Peace.
Later, Cap. Mr. Greenfingers.
Sorry. All right.
That's
G.
no.
Damn it.
They,
All right.
they caught you at the wrong time.
No, I tried to hit it one more time when Robert had enough time to talk. But he didn't talk as long as I thought he would. Peace out, G. Have a good night. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, you too, Greenfingers. Thanks for coming and hanging out, buddy.
Yeah, man. Respect.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for coming and hanging out with us for tonight. Who's up in chat? Stony Creek, J5, Razor Scooter. Who else is here? Lars Larson, Randy Ziegler. I miss everybody. Anyone that's watching, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the one maybe in the background. Smoking a bowl, smoking a joint, doing some work, maybe doing some gardening in the back, listening into the show. I want to remind everybody about tomorrow's show. It's going to be the safety meeting. Watch for the flyers. I'm not exactly sure if Fumidor is going to be it's going to be around to do the show tomorrow on his channel or it's going to be on my channel. So stay tuned. You can find out all that information on my Instagram channel, D_zombie_. And now we will do a quick station identification break. And then we will get out of here for the evening. Come on. No. What the hell? Maybe I won't. Yeah, I'm having troubles now with my. Oh, there we go. Sweet. That worked on the other one. All right. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to go check out Fumidor, Streams of Gold, and all that good stuff for some awesome seeds, also some awesome merch. There's our fearless leader right there, Fumidoro. Hope he's being safe in Israel. He's wearing, of course, the gaffer tape, one of the strains that he grows. You can get any of his merchandise at any time. It'll be shipped out to you right away. Because it's being sent from another place. Fumidor doesn't do the t-shirts directly, but if it's the seeds or any preservation kits, you might have to wait till he gets back from Israel. As we all know, he's stuck there right now, and hopefully he's doing good and being safe. Try to check out some merchandise. I'll quickly show many different colors to choose from. Like you don't have to say, "Oh, I want this Morgana shirt, but I don't want that color, but I want like that color, not red." They have it. They have lots of different colors. Right now, this is my favorite one right now. The Lime River Rose. That's what I wear. It's comfortable. It's soft. It's awesome. Pick yourself up some. And it's only what, $18.10. Can't go wrong with that. I'll show you my next purchase I'll be getting from Fumidoro.com. It's Fumes of Gold. As I scroll down here. Right here. There it is, right there. Ah, my shirt. Get the hoodie. Yes, I am 21 and over. Take off, eh? Oh no, kicked me out. Anyways, be sure to check out Fumidoro.com. Use the coupon code BRAND Brands, BRAINZ, for the CDs. The coupon code will not work for the merchandise, and it definitely won't work for the Gauge Green Genetics. Now, let me go back. There we go. Quickly just throw some glasses on here. There you are. Thank you everybody for watching. I hope everybody enjoyed the show tonight. Be sure to tune in tomorrow, like I said. It's a safety meeting, 12 o'clock Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, unless otherwise noted in the poster upcoming. And be sure to make sure you keep an eye out, because we're not sure yet if we're going to have it on Fumidor's channel or it's going to be right here on the D Zombie channel. Well, that's it. Thanks for watching. And remember, if your women don't find you handsome, at least find you handy. Keep your stick on the ice. We'll see you tomorrow with the next one. Have a good night, everybody. Peace out.